The death of yet another student, yet another young person.
Another juvenile shot and killed just steps away from his high school. We question city leaders on what they're doing to put an end to the crime crisis. And a crime bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates receiving some pushback. Why critics say it will lead to mass incarceration and how the data tells another story.
We're up for a cooler day today, and the wind will be with us as well. We'll talk about how long that wind sticks around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, March 7th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at our forecast. I mean, it was perfect yesterday.
Yeah, temperature's not too bad, Meg, with temperatures in the above average category. We're going to be a lot closer to average today, and that wind is going to pick up as well. Looking out for our Towson camera right now, you can kind of see a few of those flags flapping around down there. Overall, our wind and the temperatures are cooler. We're seeing those lower 40s here for Cockeysville and Towson right now. We're actually still at 45 in Baltimore City, but 39 your temp in Owens Mills. So a cool Tuesday morning, a breezy to windy afternoon, and temps overall the next couple of days will be trending on the colder side of things. So our morning commute overall not too bad. Numbers staying in the 40s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 4:31, and we want to take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got your live cameras pulled up around our region. Light traffic out there right now. No major issues to report. We do begin this morning in a city in crisis and another young life lost to violence in Baltimore. Police are now investigating after a Patterson High School student was found shot at a Southeast Baltimore playground on Monday afternoon. It happened yesterday afternoon around 2, just steps from the school when the boy should have been in class.
Yet again, we're talking about young people using guns against other young people. And so it has to stop. Anything anyone saw, heard, or believed happened in this playground needs to be reported to the police right away.
So far, no arrests have been made. Police say witnesses saw multiple people running from the park following the shooting, leaving them to believe that there might be multiple suspects. The latest shooting coming as a juvenile crime wave hits Baltimore City, leaving residents on edge.
I feel like it's getting worse.
It's like the first thing anybody wants to do is pull out a gun and shoot somebody.
I do think that it's a little absurd that children are walking around with guns and shooting one another, but not anything out of the ordinary.
Well, anyone with information regarding this shooting is urged to contact police directly or Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is right there on your screen, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. Mayor Brandon Scott was present at the scene, but not at the press conference. His office sent a statement reading in part saying, quote, "Each time a life is lost in Baltimore, I feel a deep pain. As your mayor, I am taking immediate actions to address youth violence in our city." We sent questions to the mayor asking what immediate actions are being taken to address youth violence and what will families notice right away from these actions. We have not yet heard back. This is not the first time that we're seeing a deadly shooting near a school this year. If you remember in January, a similar scene in Edmondson where 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was shot and killed just feet from his high school during school hours. When asked if the school system was struggling to keep students inside and safe during school hours, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelice is touting the school safety protocols currently put in place.
As in the case of Edmondson, it did not occur inside of the school building. This is a school that has a weapons detection system. This is a school that has cameras in key locations throughout the building. And so there are protocols keeping young people safe. Those of us who have worked with adolescents over long periods of time know that when young people want to find a way out, right? We cannot have our eyes in every place at the same time.
As crime continues to plague Baltimore, a bill that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing would allow for tougher penalties for some gun offenders, and it's getting some pushback. The juvenile crime bill would maximize penalties for first-time illegal gun offenders from 3 years to 5 years across the board. Some opponents of the bill say it will not help. Instead, trigger what they call mass incarceration. Bates speaking out on Fox 45 News, questioning some people's understanding of the bill.
Why is anyone pushing back to make something uniformed? I don't understand. But, you know, there are a number of individuals, the academic, the scholars, so to speak, they're the ones who says mass incarceration. I think they're very confused about what mass incarceration is.
Well, Professor of Rhetoric and Communications at Towson University, Dr. Richard Vatz, believes opponents of Bates's policies got it wrong.
With mass felonies, that's the issue, not the fact that people are being incarcerated. Simply saying too many people are being put in jail, you've got to ask, what are they being put in jail or prison for? If they're being put in jail or prison for felonies, there's no problem. As a matter of fact, there may be insufficient incarceration.
Well, Fox 45 News is looking at the numbers of crimes and arrests in Baltimore City in 2022. And according to the research and reporting, there were more than 26,000 total crimes in the city last year, with just over 12,000 arrests. This all happening in a city with more than 576,000 residents, which means roughly 2.1% of the city's population has been arrested for a variety of crimes. Of those crimes last year, there were nearly 600 non-fatal shootings with a clearance rate of 23.3%. So more than half of those crimes committed in Baltimore City are not seeing arrests in those cases. The numbers shrink further if you focus solely on shootings. The city saw 132 people arrested for shootings. Many of them, police have said, were caught with illegal handguns. Supports say that critics are pointing mass incarceration as a reason to opposing Bates's bill might not know the numbers.
It doesn't really affect them or their community, so it's something to be in opposition of, just to be in opposition of.
Well, Bates's bill has the support of some lawmakers, including Democratic State Senate President Bill Ferguson. In the meantime, it's not known when the legislation will be brought up for a committee vote. Former Governor Larry Hogan will not run for president in 2024, where he says he will focus his attention. Plus, a cooler and windy day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when our next chance of rain rolls in. It is 4:37 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back. Time right now, just about 4:40 on your Tuesday morning. Temperature-wise, a lot of 30s and 40s across the state. Most of us along the Chesapeake and in central Maryland in the mid-40s. That's due to some of that wind that is still kicking up right now. We did have a few light showers overnight, but not really much to get in your way. You can see on your out-the-door cast, definitely grab a jacket and have the sunglasses ready. It is going to be a windy day today, so hang on to your hats. Numbers are going to stay mainly in the mid to upper 40s here as we take you through the afternoon, even eventually to the lower 50s. So cooler than where we were yesterday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, a third investigative hearing into the mayor's controversial contract, which would hand over most control of the city underground network of tubes carrying utility cables to BGE. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Taylor Stewart will join us live with a preview of this. And there will be a big push to increase Maryland's offshore wind power production. A coalition of lawmakers and the energy business sector will gather in Annapolis. Plus, Baltimore County relaunching an effort to boost crab populations in the Chesapeake Bay. For the second straight year, environmental officials say that and crabbers are partnering to remove ghost pots. Millions of crabs die each year in pots no longer attached to lines.
I've decided that I will not be a candidate for the Republican nomination for president.
It is official. There will be no presidential run for Governor Larry Hogan in 2024, the former governor. His reasoning and why some believe the Republican Party has changed as a whole. Plus, an update this morning surrounding the massive truck explosion in Frederick. Why residents in that area say the tragedy could have been avoided. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the FBI demanding the return of 4 Americans kidnapped in Mexico after crossing the border. The former head of Border Protection joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42 on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:44. Governor Larry Hogan, the former governor, explaining his decision not to run for president. He made the announcement Sunday. Yesterday, he spoke with Fox News where he doubled down on his claim that he wants to avoid a multi-car pileup, saying that he didn't want to pull votes away from another candidate who could beat former President Donald Trump.
I want to avoid what we saw in 2016, where we had so many candidates all fighting over, a limited chunk of votes, and Donald Trump became the nominee. And I just happen to believe very strongly that we've got to figure out a way to nominate the strongest possible candidate who can win an election in November. But I'd like to get back to a party that has a more hopeful, positive vision for America and that can appeal to more voters so that we don't keep losing like we really have in the last 3 election cycles.
Fox 45 News spoke with a political analyst about the former governor's decision. He says he agrees with Hogan that a crowded field isn't necessarily a good thing. However, he says he doesn't think the Republican Party can get back to what Hogan wants it to be.
This is a Donald Trump Republican Party. The party has just changed, and Hogan is not carrying the change with it. He's standing on the principles he wants to believe in. And sometimes too many candidates in a race can dilute the possibility of finding a good, strong candidate.
Well, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will sit down with the former governor later today. In the meantime, you can find all of our reporting on the governor's announcement and what could come next for him on our website, foxbaltimore.com. A bright spot for you this morning. A Baltimore City firefighter spends his day off teaching children about fire safety. The Firefighters Union tweeting out these pictures of firefighter Gibbons there visiting his son's school and teaching the students about his job and what to do in an emergency. The kids learned about exit drills, smoke detectors, and what to do in a medical emergency. A great way to spend a day off there in the community. And look at those faces. Well, Fox 45 News is partnering with Sinclair Broadcast Group and the National Alliance on Mental Illness to launch Sinclair Cares Mental Health Support and Hope. This is a campaign to encourage mental health awareness with a focus on young adults. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for the millions of Americans affected by mental illness through advocacy, support, education, public awareness. You can learn more about resources and support groups in the area at sinclaircares.com or by scanning the QR code on your screen. All right, 4:47 here this morning. We want to check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers, see how things are shaping up. How's it going?
Not too bad. Got the wind that we're going to have to deal with later today. Yeah, so I
had a little rain coming in this morning.
Yeah, just a few light showers. That's about it. But overall, everything is not looking too bad right now. As we look out over our downtown Baltimore camera, the Inner Harbor here on your Tuesday morning. It is Hump Day Eve, almost the middle of the week. Our official temperature at 45 degrees. That is due to the fact that we're still seeing some of that wind, so our temperatures haven't cooled down yet, but that will happen over the next few hours as well. Here's a look at our HD radar, and yeah, we did have a few light showers that kind of rolled through the area over the last couple of hours, but overall we're drying out nicely right now. In fact, you can still see that full moon that is out there getting ready to set in the next couple of hours. All of this because it's this area of low pressure that is shifting off toward the east at this time, and back behind that we're going to get in on that cooler air and that wind turning more north and northwesterly throughout the day today. So over the next couple of hours, as you rise and shine with us, over the lower 40s here is what we're going to see as we take into that 5, 6, and 7 o'clock hour. Sun comes up at 6:31 and we'll be going to bed at 6:05 tonight. How about that? Our day planner right about 40 degrees in the 8 o'clock hour. Taking you through noon. Got to hang on to your hats and napkins if you're going to try to eat outside. We're looking at upper 40s through that noon hour and numbers sliding into the lower 50s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. So definitely cooler than what we've seen the last couple of days. And notice across the region, a lot of us in the upper 40s and lower 50s from Westminster and Bel Air out to Chestertown at 51. Same number in Stevensville, 49 in Annapolis this afternoon, 54 in D.C., still hanging on to 60 in Richmond, and 52 down the ocean there for Ocean City. Notice on our temperature tracker, those high temps are a lot closer to the average number. That's that red line right there. In fact, Friday and Saturday, we're actually going to dip below average as we head into this upcoming weekend. So these numbers are very March-like, but we're not really seeing much in the way of precipitation. So taking you through the afternoon, the breezy to windy conditions will be with us, but plenty of sunshine. On Wednesday, still leftover wind kind of hanging around, so another breezy to windy day as well. By Thursday, that wind takes a little bit of a break, and then Friday, our next weather maker comes in. That's an area of low pressure with this associated front that's going to be bringing in the rain showers, especially for Friday late afternoon into the evening time as well. So that 7-day forecast shaping up like this, breezy and cooler today. We keep those 50s through Thursday, drop into the 40s on both Friday and Saturday with showers on both days. And this weekend, don't forget, is the time change. So when you go to bed Saturday night, you spring forward 1 hour. Meg?
That's right. All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network, and pretty quiet out there. Very light traffic and still no issues to report. Let's get a check now. Actually, we'll check in with Mark Jones in just a moment. Well, the Harlem Globetrotters are coming back to Baltimore, and you have the chance to win tickets to see them live. All you have to do is wait for your cue to call, and you could win 4 tickets to the March 19th show at 11 a.m. It is happening at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena in Catonsville. Just keep watching for your cue to call to win. Still ahead on the Early Edition, Canada taking actions to protect its elections, the fears of China's interference. Plus, another student killed just steps away from school grounds. What we're learning about possible suspects here this morning. It is 4:51, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:54, and we have an update for you this morning from the massive tanker truck explosion in Frederick over the weekend. We have learned that truck was carrying fuel to a gas station. The driver inside was killed in the crash, and fires at several homes below US 15 were ignited. Residents of the neighborhood say the tragedy and fallout may have been preventable.
We have no protection whatsoever. for anything that's going to come over there. There should be a barrier there, a wall there, some kind of protection. They're making us all victims.
The median is protected, but not the homeowners.
We have learned the driver of the truck who died in the crash is a father and grandfather from the Eastern Shore. He has been a longtime driver for the company that delivers fuel for Sheetz gas stations. Making headlines now this morning, Canada is taking action to protect its elections from interference. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announcing that he is appointing a special investigator to determine whether there should be a public inquiry into claims of Chinese interference. There were reports that China wanted Trudeau to defeat his conservative competitors, and opposition parties are demanding a public inquiry. Trudeau says an investigation found the outcomes in 2019 and 2021 were not impacted by foreign influence.
But even if it didn't change the results of any of our elections, any interference attempt by any foreign actor is troubling and serious.
Trudeau citing credible attempts by China, Russia, and Iran. He says they're not just trying to interfere with democracy, but businesses, institutions, and daily life. The White House is calling for an independent investigation into a series of suspected poisonings at girls' schools in Iran. The suspected attacks began late last year, and they have sickened hundreds of children. Victims reportedly complained of headaches, heart palpitations, and feeling lethargic or unable to move. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre calling the poisonings unconscionable.
The possibility that girls in Iran are being possibly poisoned simply for trying to get an education is shameful and it's unacceptable. And our thoughts remain with the victims and their families.
According to the country's state-run news agency, Iran's supreme leader says if the poisonings are proven to be deliberate, the culprits should be punished by death. It comes amid months of unrest in Iran. Widespread protests began in September of last year in the death of a 22-year-old woman detained for allegedly wearing her headscarf too loosely. Ukrainian troops are determined to hold on to Bakhmut. It is a key city that Russia has been vying for the last 6 months. Just last week, a Ukrainian presidential advisor said they may consider a strategic retreat. The top military brass yesterday spoke of continuing and strengthening their position. The city's importance is mostly symbolic. Analysts say it doesn't hold major strategic value or signal a turning point in the war, but it could be used as a way to drum up momentum for Russian soldiers amid broad setbacks. Looking ahead now this morning, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris will reopen to the public by the end of next year. The famous cathedral has been under construction since a fire tore through it and destroyed its spire in 2019. Officials say they hope that visitors can return to Notre Dame by December of 2024. Authorities made the decision to rebuild the 12th century building just as it was before the fire, including the 315-foot tall spire.
My job is to be ready to open this cathedral in 2024. And we will do it. We will open the cathedral in December 2024. We are working every day for that. We are fighting every day for that. And we are on the good path.
In the meantime, an exhibit paying tribute to the hundreds of artists working on the cathedral's reconstruction will open today, and that includes charred pieces of the original cathedral recovered from the site. Well, remember, you can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast, and we do it in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
Another student shot and killed just feet from his school here in the city. Coming up, we are live from police headquarters with the very latest in the search for the shooter, plus how city leaders say they are working to prevent more deaths.
Tracking our forecast, we're talking about temperatures that are a little cool this morning and the wind that's going to stay with us for the afternoon. We'll break down that entire forecast for the rest of the weekend, the weekend ahead as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now, talking about the little bit of rain that moved through the area.
Yeah, just a few light showers overnight, guys, but really not much to get in our way. Even the roads are not like wet or anything like that, which is definitely good as you're getting out on your commute. But the wind has made the temperatures a little bit more on the milder side right now. Looking out over the inner harbor, we are seeing mainly calm conditions. That wind's still kicking about 9 to 15 miles an hour, and that's caused our temperatures to still be in the lower 40s for Woodlawn and Baltimore over to Rosedale, 41 in Essex, 42 in Brooklyn Park, 39 your temp in Cockeysville and Towson right now. So over the next couple of hours, if you do want to get out and get some exercise going on your jogging cast, we'll keep those numbers into the lower 40s, so a little on the chilly side. And you can see in your quick glance forecast, we'll top out in the lower 50s for this afternoon. Temperatures a lot closer to average for this time of year. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and the cameras throughout the area. Not sure what's happening with that first one. Oh, there's the road and one car. And all the cameras, everybody seems to be moving just fine. Fox 45 News is following 3 big stories for you this morning.
Another young person shot and killed just steps away from Patterson High School. His death marking the 5th person under the age of 18 to be killed in the city so far this year.
The Baltimore City Council will be holding their 3rd investigative hearing into the mayor's controversial Conduit deal with BGE, a deal that has left leaders at odds.
Plus, alarming new video just coming into our newsroom showing chaotic moments in the sky.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Shannon Lilly and a city in crisis.
So I come with my daughter, so we would like to be safe on this area. It's a really sad. I feel like it's getting worse.
Well, that's what the residents in that area of southeast Baltimore are saying. They are reeling this morning after violence claims yet another young life.
Police confirming a Patterson High School student died in a shooting at a park right near the school.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the desperate search for the killer. Shannon.
Yeah, unfortunately, there have been far too many families who have experienced this same pain. And as far as we know, the killer in this latest shooting is still at large. Now, police say they saw multiple people running from the park following the shooting, so they believe that there are multiple suspects in this case.
Anything anyone saw, heard, or believed happened in this playground needs to be reported to the police right away. Yet again, we're talking about young people using guns against other young people. And so it has to stop.
The shooting happening just feet from the high school when the victim was supposed to be in the classroom. Around 2 p.m. yesterday, police responded to a shots fired call, finding a teenage boy with multiple gunshot wounds, including a fatal shot to the head. And as the commissioner mentioned there, this killing comes as a juvenile crime wave hits Baltimore City. So far, 5 people under the age of 18 have been shot and killed just this year. In fact, the family of 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey responding to this latest tragedy after their loved one was also gunned down in a similar manner. They say in part, quote, "It was only 2 months ago that our family went through the same unimaginable pain. We stand in grim solidarity with another family enduring what no family ever should," end quote. Now, when we asked if the school system is struggling to keep students inside and safe during school hours, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises had this to say.
As in the case of Edmondson, it did not occur inside of the school building. This is a school that has a weapons detection system. This is a school that has cameras in key locations throughout the building. And so there are protocols keeping young people safe. Now, Mayor Scott also responding with this statement right here, reading in part, quote,
each time a life is lost in Baltimore, I feel deep pain. As your mayor, I am taking immediate actions to address youth violence in our city. However, in that statement, no immediate actions on how he's going to address this violence were listed there. Many people that we spoke to in this area feel the city is just not doing enough to keep kids safe. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Baltimore County is also seeing young people killed. 2 weeks ago, a high school student shot and killed in Towson. County leaders say that shooting was a result of an argument between two groups. Coming up at 7:15 on Fox 45 Morning News, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will be joining us live here in studio discussing crime preventative measures being put in place in Baltimore County.
Today, the Baltimore City Council is hosting a public hearing on the city's controversial Conduit deal with BGE.
And the mayor signing off on that deal less than a month ago without the full support from key members of the Board of Estimates.
Taylor Seward joins us live. What we can expect from this hearing, Taylor.
That's right. Those key members were City Council President Nick Mosby and Comptroller Bill Henry. Now, they did not go to that meeting in an attempt to stop this vote on the deal with BGE. On the grounds, they just didn't have enough information about the multi-million-dollar plan. The mayor moved forward anyways, and it's caused quite a rift on the Board of Estimates. Here's why. The Conduit system controls all of the underground piping, the insulation for the city's fiber optic system, their energy, phone lines. And while the city owns it, it's giving full control to BGE. But the people who are supposed to vet this deal say they haven't. And until they do, they are not on board.
The way that this entire situation has been handled is nothing more than a power grab and move that suits the interests of private industry.
What we're missing here is a judge. I think we've reached the point where it's clear that we just have to agree to disagree.
So here's how today's discussion will be different. Members of BGE's executive board will be present at this hearing. They'll have to answer questions about planned maintenance over the next few years and any other concerns council members have related to their management of the city's underground conduit system. Again, that hearing's taking place today at 5 o'clock, and we'll keep you updated here in the studio.
Still ahead on the Early Edition, Tesla lowering prices of some of its vehicles. The Effect CEO Elon Musk says this will have on demand.
Plus, chaotic moments of an assault on an airplane, and it was all caught on camera. What sparked this violence just ahead from our live center.
Closer to March-like averages for today. Breaking down that full forecast with your weather authority coming up.
Multiple issues among airlines in the U.S. this morning, from a passenger who tried to open a plane's door mid-flight to a small fire on board another aircraft, and then a collision on the tarmac.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new video just into our newsroom from these incidents. Megan.
A lot going on, guys. We begin with 33-year-old Francisco Torres that you see here, now facing federal charges here this morning. See if we can get to some of these other photos for trying to open an emergency exit door on a plane mid-flight just hours ago, and then attempting to stab a flight attendant in the neck with a broken metal spoon here. Take a look. We want to show you the moment the flight crew, with the help of other passengers, were able to pin Torres down yesterday as we show you that video. Just moments before this, he was caught on camera threatening to kill people on board the Boston-bound flight. Listen in.
Kill every man on this plane. So where are they? Where's Homeland Security? Pull the gun. Pull the gun. Where are they? You don't have Homeland Security. You're not going to try and stop me then, huh?
We're told it took 6 people to pin Torres down while that flight went in for landing. His first hearing is now set for this Thursday. And again, he's facing a potential sentence of life in prison and a $250,000 fine. The FAA also investigating this right now. We've got some new video just in from Logan International Airport in Boston this morning showing 2 United planes clipping each other. This was early this morning on the tarmac. No one was hurt, but both flights had to be canceled out of precaution. Also getting some new video from inside that Southwest flight, seen filling with smoke after the plane hit a bird, triggering a small fire. The oxygen masks were deployed as the flight was forced to turn around and evacuate all 153 passengers in Havana. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. A crime bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates receiving some pushback, why critics say it will lead to mass incarceration, and how the data tells another story.
Plus, massive protests in Atlanta. What led up to the violence? 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Well, topping your consumer news this morning, stocks futures inch up slightly on Wall Street. Now, the Dow ended Monday up, adding 40 points, while stocks saw a mixed bag, with the S&P 500 up just 2 points, the Nasdaq shedding 13 points. Investors are waiting for the Fed's chair's congressional testimony later this week for any hint about whether the rates will either skyrocket or just increase marginally. Justice Department's antitrust division is looking to block a multi-billion-dollar merger between JetBlue and Spirit Airlines, according to Bloomberg. Now, the DOJ alleges the $3.8 billion deal would increase ticket prices and decrease options. Transportation Department, though, is expected to do the same. It's an unprecedented move for the DOT, which has not used its authority to block such mergers since the industry was deregulated in the late 70s. Two of Tesla's most expensive models are now lower in price as the company hopes to try and boost demand. The Model S luxury sedan dropping $5,000 to just under $90,000, while the Model X SUV price cut was dropped by $10,000, just below $100,000 for that model. Both models combining accounted for 5% of Tesla's total production last year. CEO Elon Musk says even small changes to those prices can be a big effect on demand.
5:16, and here's a look at today's top trending stories. First, Adidas could be forced to burn unsold Yeezy merchandise if it cannot sell the remaining products. A Washington Post report says the company may have to burn up to $500 million worth of merchandise associated with the rapper Ye, better known as Kanye West. He was dropped for anti-Semitic comments last year. While burning product has been done by other companies in the past, business experts say it wouldn't generate revenue and cause backlash over waste and environmental costs. An alternative strategy for the sneaker company could be to rebrand the product and sell it at a discount. Britney Spears' Calabasas mansion is now off the market. The singer sold the home to an all-cash buyer for $10.1 million. It was originally listed for $12 million. The 7-bedroom mansion features a slew of amenities, including an exercise studio, a 10-seat movie theater, and a 55-foot pool. A dog from Phoenix is licking away the competition after earning a Guinness World Record for the longest tongue on a living dog. Meet Bisbee, an English setter with a whopping 3.74-inch long tongue. Bisbee's owners were encouraged to submit their pooch into the running after sending a family member a picture of Bisbee with his tongue hanging out. His family says that his long tongue does not stop him from all his favorite activities, including swimming, frolicking, cuddling. According to Guinness World Records, the previous record holder was a St. Bernard with a tongue measuring in at more than 7 inches long.
Well, 5:18 is the time.
How do you follow that, Justin?
Yeah. I mean, on a hot day, you know, tongue's out, but it's really not going to be that.
I mean, they have everything in that book. Like, they have
They do.
records for everything. It's so weird. But anyway.
There you go.
All right. Hey, good news today, guys. It is National Cereal Day and National Flapjack Day. Not pancake, flapjack. What'd you say? What's the difference? Great question. I don't know. I do not know the answer to that. But I know that it's National Cereal Day and National Flapjack Day. So enjoy either of those things today. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. I know that. Our Towson camera. Right now, not much happening down there. You can actually see some of those flags flapping around quite a bit because that wind is kicking up out of the north at about 9 to 15 miles an hour. Temperatures in the lower 40s right now. That wind chill in the upper 30s. So as you get the kids out to the bus stop and get ready to go, make sure you get them nice and bundled up, at least with that jacket for the morning time. Looking at the HD radar, we did see a few light showers that rolled through. This is part of an area of low pressure that is sliding off toward the Atlantic right now. And behind that, we've got that cooler air that is coming in. Notice a few of those snow showers in parts of central Pennsylvania right now. And overall, we're just going to get that wind that's going to stay with us through the next couple of hours and especially into the afternoon. As the kids get out to that bus stop, beep, beep. Overall, our numbers in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Later this afternoon, we'll get to the lower 50s, but that's about it. Those numbers are pretty close to average for this time of year. The wind is going to be the big thing. So golfers today, at least a 2-club wind. Numbers in the upper 40s through noon and into the lower 50s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Check in your high temps. A lot of you in the upper 40s today for Westminster and Eldersburg, across into Reisterstown. 45 the Hereford zone, 49 in Towson, 48 your temp in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Meanwhile, some temps in the lower 50s. Ellicott City down through Columbia, Odenton at 51, same number Severna Park, and even upper 40s for you in Annapolis for the afternoon. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I do have 3 green lights, so we are going to stay dry for the next couple of days. Our next chance for rain comes on Friday. So here's that 7-day forecast. Numbers staying in the 50s, taking you through Thursday. It'll be a little bit cooler both Friday and Saturday, with highs only in the upper 40s as we approach the weekend, and our time change weekend is right around the corner. Back to you.
The warmer weather is prompting people to get outside and enjoy the spring-like temperatures. Look at this. Raymond sent us this beautiful picture of the sunset over the water this week. Doesn't get better than that. That's gorgeous. Well, as the spring weather starts to roll in, we want to see how you are enjoying it. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Now, taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, we only have one incident around basically in the state of Maryland right now, and that is right near Jarrettsville on 165. There is a vehicle involved there, but it's not causing too much of a slowdown right at 23 and 165, right at that intersection.
Lawmakers in Annapolis at odds on how to tackle juvenile crime. Just ahead, we're taking another look at a bill causing heated debate.
And today there's a hearing to address vacant home prices throughout the city of Baltimore. You're watching FOX45 Early Edition, all local.
.524, continuing coverage this morning. 23 people are facing domestic terrorism charges after protesters clashed with police at the construction site of a planned police training center right outside of Atlanta. The site has been dubbed Cop City. Critics worry it will increase the militarization of police and harm the environment. But police call this confrontation with protesters Sunday a, quote, coordinated attack. Officials say protesters threw rocks and bricks, Molotov cocktails, even fired fireworks at police.
This wasn't about a public safety training center. This was about anarchy, and this was about the attempt to destabilize.
Now, police say they know more protests against the development are planned in the coming days. 85-acre compound expected to house a shooting range, a driving course, and a burn building for firefighters to practice. It would also feature a mock village with fake homes and businesses for police to rehearse raids.
525, here's a look at headlines around the state. First, the 24-year-old who was the subject of a manhunt in Cockeysville last month has been indicted. David Linthicum now facing 27 counts. That indictment includes 16 new counts alleging that he tried to murder 2 officers. It all began when his father called police saying his son was threatening suicide. Police say that Linthicum then opened fire at the responding officers, and one of them was injured. During the 2-day manhunt, Linthicum is accused of shooting a second officer who recovered after several days on life support at shock trauma. He is now being held without bond. The former mayor of College Park is being held without bond. The judge made that decision yesterday morning, calling Patrick Wuyan a danger to the community. He faces 56 counts of possession and distributing child pornographic materials. Investigators say he uploaded explicit photos of children to the social media app Kick. He was arrested last week after police searched his home.
When people access images, it creates a demand for those who want to view these types of images. And so the ability or the desire to create more of these images then continues. And we have to put an end to this.
Wuyan's defense argues that he is not a danger to the community and has been an upstanding mayor for 8 years. He'll be back in court for a preliminary hearing at the end of the month.
Still ahead on the early edition, the wind kicks up this afternoon, bringing with it cooler temperatures. Our Weather Authority team letting us know when our next weather maker will be rolling in. 5:27 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday. Welcome back. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Windy afternoon ahead. Warmer, but windy.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast. I think this is playing tricks on us because I heard my daughter coughing overnight, so I'm wondering if the warm, the cold, the warm, the cold.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. I mean, it was warmer yesterday, guys. Today will be cooler, and we'll see the wind that stays with us as well. Those numbers are actually going to be coming down as we head into the afternoon. And over the next couple of days as well, we're trending colder. So looking at our live cam right now over downtown Baltimore, the wind is whipping out there. We're seeing temperatures around the region in the 30s and 40s for Cumberland out through Baltimore, down through Salisbury, lower 50s in Richmond right now. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Numbers staying in the 40s for the next few hours. Just hang on to those steering wheels because later this afternoon that wind continues to kick up. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here and taking a look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. No issues to report. However, there's some police activity. US 50 East, right past 70. It just states that there's police activity. It doesn't look like there's any slowdowns in that area as of right now.
5:31 now in your Session 2023 coverage. With the surge in juvenile crime in Maryland right now, the debate amongst lawmakers in Annapolis continues about how to address young people and violence.
Yeah, a bill making its way through the House would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing first-degree murder charges.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a look at what lawmakers say needs to change and then what one attorney says about that bill. Shannon.
Well, what's interesting, there seems to be some consensus in Annapolis that the current felony murder law does need to be revisited, but where that debate is really hinging on is that age of 25. Now, right now in the state of Maryland, felony murder happens when someone is killed while another felony is being committed. So, for instance, like during an armed robbery. But that is something that Delegate Charlotte Crutchfield is looking to change. She's backing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would eliminate the ability for prosecutors to charge someone 25 or younger with felony murder. Supporters say the plan is about appropriate charges for what was done, and they say the part of the brain that develops last is where you make good judgment. But Republican critics argue the age of responsibility in our society just does not add up. Former city prosecutor, now defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge says he understands where the people behind this bill are coming from, but says an entire repeal of the law is just not the right move.
There are a lot of statistics that show that there's a disproportionate number of people under the age of 25 that are getting caught in this web. I just don't think repealing the statute is necessarily the right way to accomplish what's desired. By taking this tool out of the toolbox, you're sending a message to young people that they can be involved in a murder but not be a trigger puller.
So Eldridge says that lawmakers should look at making changes to the law rather than repealing it entirely. However, we do know that right now there is not another hearing scheduled for this legislation in Annapolis. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
In Baltimore, a bill that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing that would allow for tougher penalties for some gun offenders is getting pushback. The juvenile crime bill would maximize penalties for first-time illegal gun offenders from 3 years to 5 years across the board. Some opponents of the bill say it will not help. Instead, it will trigger what they call mass incarceration. Bates speaking out on Fox 45 News, questioning some people's understanding of the bill.
Why is anyone pushing back to make something uniformed? I don't understand. But, there are a number of individuals, the academic, the scholars, so to speak, they're the ones who says mass incarceration. I think they're very confused about what mass incarceration is.
Rhetoric and professor of communications at Towson University, Dr. Richard Batts, believes that opponents of Bates' policies got it wrong.
With mass felonies, that's the issue, not the fact that people are being incarcerated. Simply saying too many people are being put in jail, you've got to ask, what are they being put in jail or prison for? If they're being put in jail or prison for felonies, there's no problem. As a matter of fact, there may be insufficient incarceration.
Fox 45 News looking at the numbers of crimes and arrests in Baltimore City in 2022. And according to the research and reporting, there were more than 26,000 total crimes in the city just last year, with just over 12,000 arrests. Now, this all happening in a city with more than 576,000 residents, which means roughly 2.1% of the city's population has been arrested for a variety of crimes. Of those crimes last year, there were nearly 600 non-fatal shootings with a clearance rate of 23.3%. More than half of those crimes committed in Baltimore City are not seeing arrests in those cases. The numbers shrink further if focus solely on the shootings. The city saw 132 people arrested for shootings. Many of them, police have said, were caught with illegal handguns. Supporters say critics point to mass incarceration as a reason to oppose Bates' bill. Might not know the numbers, though.
It doesn't really affect them or their community, so it's something to be in opposition of, just to be in opposition of.
Well, Bates' bill has the support of some lawmakers, including Democratic State Senate President Bill Ferguson, also Congressman Kwesi Mfume. In the meantime, it is not known when the legislation will be brought up for a committee vote.
Coming up at 7:45 this morning, we'll be joined live by Democratic Senator Jill Carter and Republican Delegate Jason Buckle to discuss the 4 bills on juvenile justice from both the Democrats and Republicans. And that brings us to our question of the day. Whose crime plan do you trust more to reduce the level of violence, Democrats or Republicans? So far, 94% of those who voted say Republicans. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Addressing Baltimore's vacant home crisis today, city leaders from several different agencies will be sharing their recommendations on how to remedy the long-standing and dangerous issue of vacant and condemned homes throughout the city.
Taylor Stewart joins us live now with the latest. Taylor?
Yeah, guys, as of February of last year, the city still had nearly 15,000 unoccupied homes, many of them left to rot, dilapidated, and, as you said, dangerous. 2 weeks ago, Fox 45 reported on an abandoned house fire at a mansion. A firefighter was injured battling those flames. While in January of 2021, Lieutenant Paul Boutram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo all killed in a vacant house fire that collapsed. Their deaths triggered criminal and administrative investigations and is now in the hands of Baltimore City State Attorney. But the argument here is that this could have all been avoided.
We're going to continue to work with our partners to make sure that any and everything that can be done will be done. And as we know, we're going to be committed to improving the fire department in every way that we can.
Today, the city's Director of Finance, the Department of Public Works, Commissioner of Housing, and several other key leaders will present strategies they've come up with to rid the city of vacant and abandoned properties. That meeting is open to the public. We'll provide a link to it on our website, foxbaltimore.com. And we're Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
The death of yet another student, yet another young person.
Another juvenile shot and killed just steps away from his high school. We question city leaders on what they're doing to put an end to the crime.
Plus, an update this morning surrounding the massive truck explosion in Frederick. Why residents in that area say that tragedy could have been avoided.
Cooler and breezy day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when our next weather maker will be rolling in. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
The eyes of Wall Street will be focused on the U.S. Capitol this morning. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is set to testify.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with what this could tell us about the state of our economy. Megan?
A lot of people anxious to hear this, guys. Taking you live to Capitol Hill early this morning, where Powell's testimony is set to begin at 10 o'clock this morning. Today is with the Senate Banking Committee. His comments, we know, will be heavily scanned for clues about the Fed's economic outlook and what it plans to do at its next meeting coming up in 2 weeks, especially concerning interest rates, which have risen 8 times in the last year alone. And there's a lot to get through, guys, before that Fed meeting in 2 weeks. We're going to get the number of job openings in America tomorrow, new unemployment figures on Friday, and key data on inflation, retail sales, and new home construction next week, all of which feeds into the Fed's decision. This afternoon, we're also expecting new information on consumer credit. It is expected to show that Americans took on an estimated $25 billion more in debt in January as spending continued. That is more than double what we saw in December. While the costs for some goods and fuel have come down, the costs for services for things like dining out, hotel rooms, and haircuts, they remain high, and unfortunately, they continue to climb. The Fed says that is a reflection of rising wages and salaries, which companies often pass on to you in a way of higher prices. And the best way to tame the issue is what Powell has previously described as, quote, softer labor market conditions, which would mean fewer job openings and more layoffs in the months ahead. Again, testimony for Powell today. It continues again tomorrow. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center.
Roads are iffy in some spots.
That's to put it nicely. Residents in California continue digging out following back-to-back winter storms. The area is leaving people stranded, and the worries of the next weather maker rolling in.
But first, a big day ahead for the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. The big deadline happening today. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.545, and let's talk sports. Yeah, and you know about it. That man right there. After 2 years, the Ravens are on the clock for contract talks with their MVP, quarterback Lamar Jackson. Franchise deadline? It's this afternoon at 4 o'clock. This is when the Ravens expected to tag Jackson unless they can come up with a cap-friendly long-term deal, which is yet to be reached and seems out of reach now at this point. General Manager Eric DeCosta said last week it is still the goal, though. On a national podcast yesterday, VP GM Ozzie Newsome said that they will go up to 330 today with negotiation efforts, and then if those fail, they will tag Jackson. We'll follow that throughout the day.
Oh, boy, down to the wire. We are also continuing to follow the impacts of wicked weather in California. Residents in Southern California frustrated following the back-to-back storms, leaving thousands snowbound in several feet of snow. Authorities say they are still trying to clear roadways. Many residents say they're fed up and they worry about missing work and running out of supplies.
I'm concerned about being able to make a living and pay my bills, and take care of my livelihood, if anything, right? And we're all stranded. We feel in prison.
Meanwhile, up north, residents continue to dig out after another weekend of heavy snowfall there. Several feet of snow falling in the Sierra Nevada area just days after the region was hit with blizzard conditions. While some were prepared for the new round of cold and power outages, others were not.
It's not unusual on North Bloomfield for us to be out of power due to snow, trees, weather conditions, or an accident or something like that, but it's been a kind of banner year, let's just say.
We quickly ran out of gas for the generator.
Forecasters, unfortunately, are saying that the next big storm is expected to hit Central California later this week.
Meanwhile, back here in Maryland, we are seeing cool temperatures. Taking a live look across the state this morning, too, from different cameras there. You see on the bottom right there, that's Deep Creek. And that will be another mild day for everyone that you see in those cameras.
All right, well, let's get a look at what we're going to see today. And we've got the Ravens Stadium lit up behind you in that shot.
Yeah.
As everybody's got their eyes on Lamar.
Exactly right, yeah, and not necessarily a mild day, guys. We're going to be cooler today. That's the big weather headline, is the fact that we were in the mild category yesterday. We're cooler this afternoon by about 5 to 6 degrees, and we're going to continue to trend cooler as we head later into this upcoming week. So that's what we're looking at. Your temperatures right now, 43, not bad at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Wind out of the north about 9 to 15 miles an hour. And you can see on our HD radar, we're not seeing much of anything. We had a few light showers that passed through just a few hours ago. This is all part of this area of low pressure that is tracking off toward the Atlantic. And back behind that, we've got that cooler north and northwesterly wind that is going to be coming through. And it will be a windy and cooler afternoon. So you rise and shine over the next couple of hours. Numbers staying in the lower 40s here in your rise and shine cast. And right in the 8 o'clock hour over there at Brewers Hill, we're going to see those numbers in the lower 40s. By lunchtime today, we'll get to the upper 40s. But again, that wind is going to be with us through most of today and tomorrow as well. We'll get to the lower 50s for this afternoon. We hit almost 60 yesterday, so we'll be about 5 or 6 degrees cooler, as I mentioned, for your afternoon highs today. And the average this time of year, right in those lower 50s, so we'll be in the upper 40s for some in Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air, 51 in Chestertown and Stevensville, 49 in Annapolis, and 53 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, 40s and 50s here for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., even 46 in Cumberland for Western Maryland. Here's a look at our future scan. So we do stay dry, plenty of sunshine for the afternoon. It's just going to be that wind that stays with us, not only today, but also tomorrow. But notice we stay dry, so we're not tracking any precipitation for at least the next 3 days. By the time we get to Friday, that's when our next weather maker rolls in. That's going to bring some rain showers as we get to Friday morning. And then more of that rain into Friday afternoon and Friday evening as well. That's going to bring more of that wet weather as we head into the weekend. We're just 5 days until we spring forward, 10 days away from St. Patty's Day, the spring equinox in less than 2 weeks, and the Orioles home opener in just 30 days from right now. That is a Thursday in April, the first Thursday in April. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. Notice later this week, our numbers coming down, only upper 40s for both Friday and Saturday with some of that rain around. And this is the time change weekend, so don't forget about that on Saturday night when you go to bed. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here in the drive times at 5:50 in the morning. Everyone in the green. Now we want to take you a live look from the Len Stoller mobile track, and Graham's moving around. He's getting on a 95 northbound right now, and it looks like roads are wide open and just about the same everywhere around the city.
We have breaking news this morning. A Maryland State Police trooper has been shot in Dorchester County. State police tell us it happened during a traffic stop near Route 50 in Vienna. That trooper now in the hospital. We're working to find out their current condition. Investigators say there is no threat to the public.
A rare chance to hear from the man leading the Federal Reserve's fight against inflation. I'm Atrell Nashar with a preview of what could be a pivotal week for the economy.
Plus, another student killed just steps away from school grounds. What we are learning about possible suspects. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .54 in continuing coverage this morning. 23 people are facing domestic terrorism charges after protesters clashed with police at the construction site of a planned police training center outside of Atlanta.
Now, this site has been dubbed Cop City, and critics worry it would increase the militarization of police and harm the environment. But police call the confrontation with protesters Sunday a, quote, coordinated attack. Officials say protesters threw rocks and bricks, Molotov cocktails, even launched fireworks at police.
This wasn't about a public safety training center. This was about anarchy, and this was about the attempt to destabilize.
Police warn more protests against the development are planned in the coming days. The 85-acre compound is expected to house a shooting range, a driving course, and a burn building for firefighters to practice putting out fires. It would also feature a mock village with fake homes and businesses for police to rehearse raids. Wall Street is bracing for what could be a tough week with key readings on the economy from unemployment to trade.
And lawmakers on Capitol Hill also preparing to question the head of the Federal Reserve as it struggles to get inflation under control. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has our preview.
High inflation proving extremely difficult to control, and lawmakers want answers from the leader of the central bank.
In a pair of House and Senate hearings this week, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell will have to explain why they haven't been able to stabilize rising prices and what they'll do next. Over the weekend, fellow Fed member Mary Daly giving what's likely a preview.
In order to put this episode of inflation, high inflation, behind us, further policy tightening, maintained for a longer period, will likely be necessary.
Tough news for those worried about a recession. Sustained high interest rates could spell trouble for industries already poised for a downturn, like manufacturing and housing. A fresh report Monday shows new orders for goods manufactured in the U.S. fell by 1.6% in January, driven by plunging demand for civilian aircraft. But a rise in other goods like machinery have some in the sector holding on to hope. And in housing, rising mortgage rates and a recent dip in sales have some economists nervous of a broader market slowdown. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers says there's a risk the economy could hit a quote-unquote air pocket in just a few months.
My guess is that the overhang, the savings that consumers have accumulated has a few more months to run, but it doesn't have another year to run.
A lifeline for the economy has been the robust labor market. The next reading of unemployment comes Friday. It's also an area where Powell could clash with lawmakers. The Fed projects their engineered slowdown will come with a rise in the unemployment rate, the type of necessary pain they say can prevent their biggest fear, high inflation lasting so long, people come to expect it.
And once high inflation becomes embedded in psychology, it is very hard to change, as history has shown.
A sign the Fed may see things getting worse before they get better. In Washington, I'm Atrell Nashar reporting.
President Joe Biden will travel to Pennsylvania this week to unveil his budget proposal.
Now, the White House says Biden will deliver remarks in Philadelphia Thursday. Pennsylvania is an important battleground state, and the visit comes as Biden is expected to announce his 2024 re-election bid in the coming weeks. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was pressed on the reasoning behind this trip. She declined to comment on elections, but noted Pennsylvania is close to the president's heart.
We believe when we go out there and travel and go to places like Pennsylvania and other states, it's an opportunity for the president to talk directly to the American people. This is important, right? When you think about the fiscal year budget, you think about how the president's going to lay out his plan for the American people.
The White House says the speech will showcase Biden's plans to invest in America. That includes efforts to continue lowering costs for families, protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, and reduce the deficit, among other things. This will be Biden's 23rd trip to Pennsylvania since becoming president.
Patterson High School student shot and killed right near the school. How the mayor is responding to juvenile justice.
And today, leaders from BGE will answer questions about that controversial Conduit deal. What we're expecting today ahead of that hearing, just ahead. You're watching Fox.
And temperatures are cool this morning. We are picking up the wind later this afternoon. We'll talk about how long this wind sticks with us.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Not too bad now, but it's going to get cold and windy.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers to fill us in on those details.
You know, I saw somebody earlier this morning had some Pop-Tarts laying around, and I was like, I really want like Pop-Tarts, but I'm trying to be like good and not eat them, even though I want them.
Don't do it. Don't do it. We've got this.
That's my confessional. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I like Patrice. She's enabling me. She's like, yeah, go have them. Yeah, that's good.
I said don't do it.
We got
this.
See, I wasn't
don't
listening. You guys don't listen to me either. All right, looking outside right now from our Towson camera, I apologize. We are seeing a few clouds kind of hanging around. We did see a few light showers that rolled through earlier this morning. Temperature-wise, 30s and 40s is what we're seeing. 37 Westminster, lower 40s for Baltimore down through Annapolis right now. Wind is going to pick up today, as we were talking about. So breezy to windy for the afternoon with a cooler Tuesday. And temperatures this week also trending kind of colder, which is about average for this time of year. So out for your morning drive next few hours, numbers are going to stay mainly in the 40s. The average high for today is 51, so we're going to be pretty close to that number as we head later into the afternoon. But the wind, something we've got to deal with. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes. Patrice?
All right, Justin, listen as I tell you about the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network now. I know you don't need to be out on the roads, but a lot of folks are getting up and out, and if they go right now, they're going to be just fine. The roads are clear, no issues to report.
So I come with my daughter. So we would like to be safe on this area. It's a really sad. I feel like it's getting worse.
It's like the first thing anybody wants to do is pull out a gun and shoot somebody.
I do think that it's a little absurd that children are walking around with guns and shooting one another, but not anything out of the ordinary.
A southeast Baltimore community is reeling this morning after violence claims yet another young life.
Police confirming a Patterson High School student died in a shooting at a park right near the school.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the search for the killer this morning. Shannon.
And as far as we know this morning, that killer is still at large. Police saying that witnesses say they saw multiple people running from the park following that shooting, so they believe there may be multiple suspects.
Anything anyone saw, heard, or believed happened in this playground needs to be reported to the police right away. Yet again, we're talking about young people using guns against other young people. And so it has to stop.
The shooting happening just feet from the high school when the victim was supposed to be in the classroom. Around 2 p.m. yesterday, police responded to a shots fired call, finding a teenage boy with multiple gunshot wounds, including a fatal shot to the head. Now, as the commissioner just mentioned there, this killing comes as a juvenile crime wave hits Baltimore City. So far, 5 people under the age of 18 have been shot and killed this year. In fact, the family of 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey responding to this latest tragedy with this statement here. They say in part, quote, "It was only 2 months ago that our family went through the same unimaginable pain. We stand in grim solidarity with another family enduring what no family ever should," end quote. Now, we asked the school system if they're struggling to keep students inside and safe during school hours. Listen to what they had to say.
As in the case of Edmondson, it did not occur inside of the school building. This is a school that has a weapons detection system. This is a school that has cameras in key locations throughout the building. And so there are protocols keeping young people safe.
Mayor Scott also responding with this statement, reading in part, quote, "Each time a life is lost in Baltimore, I feel a deep pain. As your mayor, I am taking immediate actions to address youth violence in our city." However, in that statement, he doesn't specifically list how he plans to address this violence, and many in this community feel not enough is being done to keep students safe. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Newly released state data shows the 4-year graduation rate in Baltimore City schools has dropped to 68.7%, a 9-year low, and that is only half the story. There were more than 30 city high schools. 8 had a graduation rate above 90%. But Project Baltimore found 10 Baltimore City high schools where the 4-year graduation rate was below 50%. To put that in perspective, that is 10 schools where over 4 years, more students didn't graduate than did.
I think the taxpayer can expect to see better performance from Baltimore City schools when we have a commitment to the kids. In other words, there are a lot of adult stakeholders in the system that I think compromise the quality of education.
Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps takes a closer look at those 10 high schools where fewer than 50% of the students are graduating on time. 6:04 now. Today, the Baltimore City Council is hosting a public hearing on the city's controversial Conduit deal with BGE.
Mayor signing off on that deal less than a month ago without the full support, though, from key members of the Board of Estimates.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with what we can expect from the public hearing. Taylor.
Guys, exactly. Recall that last meeting where the president, Nick Mosby, of the City Council, as well as Comptroller Bill Henry, sat out of that meeting. They said they were trying to stop the deal because they did not have enough information about what was in it. It's a multi-million-dollar plan, and the mayor to move forward anyhow. It's just caused quite a rift on the Board of Estimates. But here's why. The conduit system controls the underground piping insulation for the city's fiber optic system, their energy, the phone lines. And while the city owns it, it is giving full control to BGE. But the people who are supposed to vet this deal say they haven't been able to. And until they do, they say they're not on board.
The way that this entire situation has been handled is nothing more than a power grab
and move that suits the interests of private industry.
What we're missing here is a judge. I think we've reached the point where it's clear that we just have to agree to disagree.
Here's how today's discussion will be different. Members of BGE's executive board will be present at this hearing. They'll have to answer questions about planned maintenance over the next few years and any other concerns council members have related to their management of the city's underground conduit system. Again, that hearing is taking place at 5 o'clock today. That's the latest here in the studio. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
The debate continues this morning over a proposed bill that would prevent charging anyone under the age of 25 with first-degree murder, what lawmakers are saying needs to change.
City leaders will be sharing their recommendations today on resolving Baltimore's vacant home problem. What we can expect from that meeting today.
Well, right now we've got some clouds hanging around, but temperatures are going to be cooler for the afternoon, and the wind is going to pick up as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few. .09 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning. As we take a look outside, we see some cloud cover that's kind of hanging around right now. We saw some showers earlier this morning. We are going to see that wind that will pick up as we head later into the afternoon. Those clouds will be scoured out of here. 30s and 40s across the mid-Atlantic right now for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., 44 in Salisbury. So lower 40s over the next couple of hours if you want to get out for a run or a jog this morning. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about how long that wind is going to stick around and what it's going to do to our temperatures as well.
6:09, multiple issues among airlines in the U.S. this morning, from a passenger who tried to open a plane's door mid-flight to a small fire on board another aircraft and a collision on the tarmac.
A lot going on there. Megan Gillen is at our live center with the new video into the newsroom from these incidents. Megan.
Let's get right to it, guys. We're going to begin with 33-year-old Francisco Torres that you see right here, now facing federal charges for actually trying to open an emergency exit door on a plane mid-flight just hours ago. And then attempting to stab a flight attendant in the neck with a broken metal spoon. Check this out. This is the moment the flight crew, with the help of other passengers, were able to pin Torres down yesterday. Just moments before this, we know he was caught on camera threatening to kill people on board the Boston-bound flight. Listen in.
Kill every man on this plane. So where are they? Where's Homeland Security? Pull the gun. Pull the gun. Where are they? You don't have Homeland Security. You're not gonna try and stop me then, huh?
We're told it took 6 people to pin Torres down while the flight attendant went in for landing. His first hearing is now set for this Thursday. And guys, he is facing a potential sentence of life in prison and a $250,000 fine. Well, the FAA also investigating this right now. We've got some new video from Logan International Airport in Boston this morning after 2 United planes clipped each other yesterday morning right there on the tarmac. Now, if you look really closely there, you can see some very minor damage there. Fortunately, no one was hurt. We know both flights had to be canceled, though, out of precaution. Also getting new video from inside the Southwest flight, seen filling with smoke after the plane hit a bird, triggering a small fire. The oxygen masks were deployed as the flight was forced to turn around and evacuate all 153 passengers in Havana. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Towson seeing an increased security presence around the Towson Circle for 4 weeks in a row. Just ahead, the point Baltimore County leaders are trying to prove.
The issue of age has been a hot topic when it comes to justice and reform. Why critics are arguing a proposed bill is helping criminals. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:14. Here's some top stories for you this morning. Number one tennis player in the world, Novak Djokovic, will not be present at this year's Indian Wells Masters in California. In fact, Djokovic is not vaccinated against COVID, been very public about that, was not able to get an exemption from TSA. House Republicans investigating the pandemic say they found emails showing Dr. Anthony Fauci commissioned a research paper in February of 2020 to disprove the COVID lab leak theory. Weeks later, reports say that Fauci cited the paper, which did go under peer review, without disclosing his role in it. California Governor Gavin Newsom says his state will not be doing business with Walgreens after it announced it will not distribute abortion pills in 20 Republican-led states. A federal judge in Texas weighing a challenge to block abortion pills nationwide. USA Powerlifting must now allow transgender athletes to compete in the women's divisions. That's according to a court ruling coming out of Minnesota. Organization has indicated it intends to appeal that ruling.
The 24-year-old who was the subject of a manhunt in Cockeysville last month has been indicted. David Linthicum now facing 27 counts. The indictment includes 16 new counts alleging Linthicum tried to murder 2 officers. It all began when his father called police saying that his son was threatening suicide. Police say he then opened fire at the responding officers and one was injured. During the 2-day manhunt that followed, Linthicum is accused of shooting a second officer who recovered after several days on life support at shock trauma. Linthicum is being held without bond. In your consumer news, if you are traveling internationally this summer, now is the time to make sure that you have an up-to-date passport. The State Department says a new passport now takes anywhere from 8 to 11 weeks to process. You can pay an extra $60 to expedite it, but that will still take you 5 to 7 weeks. The clock starts when the office gets your application, not when you put it in the mail. Officials say there's a surge of people wanting to travel abroad.
Southwest Airlines studying how they can cut boarding time and so it can add more flights to its schedule. According to the Wall Street Journal, the airline is testing out its new concepts at Atlanta's International Airport. Their goal, to trim the time a plane stays at the gate down by 5 minutes. Passengers who walk through the airport connector to their plane will hear upbeat music. Genres like disco, EDM, and hip-hop are supposed to make people move quicker, according to the team's research. These changes won't be widespread for all Southwest flights until it's proven that they work.
It's going to be a party. The U.S. Department of Transportation is on a crusade to make flying easier for families.
Now, it's rolling out a new dashboard to let travelers know which airlines help families sit together at no extra cost. The department working on regulations to prevent families from being split up on the planes, but the process can take some time. So for now, it's highlighting the airlines taking steps on their own to avoid those so-called junk fees.
They wind up pleading with the gate agent or negotiating something on board with other passengers. Our point is you shouldn't have to. We should make this easy up front, and we should not be subjecting people to having to pay extra just to sit next to your kids.
So far, 3 airlines meet the mark set up by the Transportation Department: Alaska, American, and Frontier. Many airlines say they try and usually succeed at seating families together, but they have not issued a clear-cut promise.
It is 6:18 now. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, right
Have we
here.
figured out the difference of flapjacks and pancakes yet?
I forgot about it, but you talk and I'll work. I'm going to get it.
All right, sounds good. Let's take a look outside, shall we? Let's go out there from our Towson camera. A lot of cloud cover that's hanging around right now. Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We did see a few light showers that rolled through early this morning, but right now it's the wind we're going to focus on, especially as we head toward the afternoon. That wind is going to be pretty strong from the north and the northwest. Right now about 9 to 15 miles an hour and temperature at 42 degrees. Feels like 37 right now. That's your wind chill or feels like forecast or temperature. We are seeing a few snow showers moving out of Pittsburgh and central PA. We'll see if they make a run at us here in Maryland. I mean, temps are above freezing, so if we see anything, maybe a flake or two flying around the Maryland and PA border. But overall, we're not really tracking much in the way of any kind of accumulation at all, as this winter has been just so dry for us. That area of low pressure sliding off to the Atlantic. Back behind that, that colder air is filtering in, and that's that north and northwest wind we'll be dealing with here as we head into the later part of the day. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they are bundled up, ready for the day today. Lower 40s here in the next hour. Upper 40s through noontime and recess, and into the lower 50s for the afternoon, albeit it will be windy for the afternoon. And golfers, if you want to try to get out there and hit the links today, just know it's at least a 2-club wind, especially later this afternoon, which means you'll need a couple of extra clubs to get that ball to the green. Here's a look at our high temps for today. Average is about the lower 50s. A lot of us in the upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Over to Reisterstown, Towson, Lutherville, Timonium in the upper 40s for you. Hartford and Cecil counties also in the mid to upper 40s for Bel Air and Aberdeen. Over to Northeast and Elkton at 48 for today. Now here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice that red line. That's the average high. So we're pretty close to those numbers for the next couple of days. And notice we even slide below average into Friday and Saturday for this upcoming weekend. Tracking our forecast here in our future scan. Overall, we will see a lot more sun later today, but the wind is going to stay with us. For tomorrow, another breezy to windy afternoon as well. This is very typical for March around here. But then as we get into Thursday, less wind. Thursday probably will be the nicest day over the next couple because we're tracking rain. That's our next weather maker coming in on Friday, starting with a cold rain in the morning time, and by the afternoon into the evening, more of that rain is going to stay with us. So here's that 7-day forecast for you. Temperatures staying in the lower 50s for the next couple of days. Overnight lows in the 30s, so colder temperatures overnight. Probably need to click that heater back on. Rain showers, as I mentioned, for Friday. Even some leftover showers early Saturday with numbers into the 40s. And don't forget, we spring forward this upcoming weekend. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Taking a live look from our Len Stoller mobile track. 95 southbound right near Joppa. No issues around the Baltimore region. However, Bay Bridge, disabled vehicles blocking one lane in both directions now. So there's some slowdowns across the Bay Bridge.
Addressing the vacant home crisis throughout Baltimore, the new recommendations we are waiting today just ahead.
State's Attorney Ivan Bates' gun sentencing bill now coming under fire. Why some are saying the bill will not help juvenile crime and how he's defending his legislation. 6:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
624. The air quality inside your home can be worse than the air you breathe outside, especially in colder months when we keep windows and doors closed. But as Consumer Reports explains, there's some simple steps that you can take to improve the air you breathe. While newer, more tightly sealed home construction improves energy efficiency, Consumer Reports says it is also partly to blame for indoor pollutants. Where are they coming from? Gas stoves, for one. Tests by Consumer Reports confirm they're a possible source of toxicity and are cause for concern.
Think ventilation. Use your range hood every time you cook and open windows to get the fresh, clean air from the outside in.
Other pollutants, VOCs, or volatile organic compounds emitted from cleaning agents, pesticides, aerosols, even couches and carpets. The solution?
Whenever possible, avoid using harsh chemicals to clean your home. If you can't, again, think of ventilation. Open windows and doors.
Keep your home dust-free by using a vacuum with a HEPA filter to trap contaminants and clean or change the filters in your air conditioner. Air purifiers can also help. Airline, Winix, and Blue Air models earn top marks in Consumer Reports tests. Another pollutant, mold. Consider a dehumidifier. Consumer Reports highly rates Honeywell, Medea, and Home Labs. Consumer Reports also recommends checking for radon, a radioactive gas that can seep into your home from water and soil. And if your house was built around 1980 or before, check for asbestos and lead. You may want to work with a professional to see what options you have to make sure that your home is safe. Highs are reaching the low 50s today. Our Weather Authority team is keeping an eye on when we can expect the next chance of rain. And lawmakers in Annapolis are still figuring out how to tackle juvenile crime. Just ahead, another look at a bill causing heated debate. 626, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. We're coming up on 6:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's going to turn windy. Right now, not too bad. You step outside, you're like, kids, this is great, right?
Dun, 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 dun. Yes. It feels ominous. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, we've got temperatures that are right now in the 40s and maybe a little bit of a light breeze out there, but we will definitely see those gusts, especially as we get later in the day. Notice the cloud cover that is hanging around at this time as well. That's what we're looking at from our Towson camera. We'll definitely see more sun later this afternoon. Upper 30s is where we are for Cockeysville and Towson, 39 in Rosedale, 40 Essex and Middle River out through Dundalk, and 43 currently in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So keeping those numbers in the 40s over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bowe says we're good to go, but later today you'll definitely need to hang on to that steering wheel. And notice our temperature trend here. Next couple of days, guys, we're going to stay in the lower 50s, so that's average for early March, but definitely below where we've been the last couple of days. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
6:30 now in your Session 2023 coverage. With the surge in juvenile crime in Maryland right now, the debate amongst lawmakers in Annapolis continues about how to address young people and violence.
There's a bill making its way through the House and also in the Senate, and it would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges.
Shannon Lilly is joining us with a look at what lawmakers say needs to change and what one attorney thinks about the bills. Shannon.
Well, what's interesting, there seems to be some consensus that the current felony murder law does need to be revisited. But what that debate is really hinging on is that age of 25. Now, right now in the state of Maryland, felony murder happens when someone is killed while another felony is being committed. So, for instance, like during an armed robbery. But that is something that Delegate Charlotte Crutchfield is working to change. In fact, she is backing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would eliminate the ability for prosecutors to charge someone 25 or younger with felony murder. Now, supporters say the plan is about appropriate charges for what was done. And they say the part of the brain that develops last is where you make good judgment. But Republican critics argue the age of responsibility in our society just doesn't add up. So we spoke with former city prosecutor, now defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who says he understands where the people behind this bill are coming from, but also says an entire repeal of the law just is not the right move.
There are a lot of statistics that show that there's a disproportionate number of people under the age of 25 that are getting caught in this web. I just don't think repealing the statute is necessarily the right way to accomplish what's desired. By taking this tool out of the toolbox, you're sending a message to young people that they can be involved in a murder but not be a trigger puller.
So Eldridge says that lawmakers should look at making changes to this law rather than repealing it entirely, although right now there is not another hearing scheduled for this legislation. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
In Baltimore, a bill that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing that would allow for tougher penalties for some gun offenders is getting pushback. The juvenile crime bill would maximize penalties for first-time illegal gun offenders from 3 years to 5 years across the board. Some opponents of the bill say it will not help, but instead trigger what they call mass incarceration. Bates, speaking out on Fox 45 News, is questioning some people's understanding of the bill.
Why is anyone pushing back to make something uniformed? I don't understand. But, you know, there are a number of individuals, the academic, the scholars, so to speak, they're the ones who says mass incarceration. I think they're very confused about what mass incarceration is.
Professor of Rhetoric and Communications at Towson University, Dr. Richard Vatz, believes that opponents of Bates' policies got it wrong.
With mass felonies, that's the issue, not the fact that people are being incarcerated. Simply saying too many people are being put in jail, you've got to ask, what are they being put in jail or prison for? If they're being put in jail or prison for felonies, there's no problem. As a matter of fact, there may be insufficient incarceration.
Fox 45 News looking at the numbers of crimes and arrests in Baltimore City just in the year of 2022. And according to the research and reporting, more than 26,000 total crimes in the city last year. With just over 12,000 arrests, this all happening in a city with more than 576,000 residents, which means roughly 2.1% of the city's population has been arrested for a variety of crimes. Of those crimes last year, There were nearly 600 non-fatal shootings with a clearance rate of just 23.3%, meaning more than half of those crimes committed in Baltimore City are not seeing arrests in their cases. Addressing Baltimore's vacant home crisis today, city leaders from several different agencies will share their recommendations on how to remedy the long-standing and dangerous issue of vacant and condemned homes throughout the city.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with more on the issue. Taylor?
That's right. Now, as of February of last year, the city still had nearly 15,000 unoccupied homes, many of them left to rot, dilapidated, and as you said, dangerous, Tom. Now, 2 weeks ago, a FOX45 report showed that a mansion fire left injuries for a firefighter who was battling those flames. Back in January of 2022, Lieutenant Paul Boutram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo were killed when a vacant house caught fire and collapsed. Their deaths triggered criminal and administrative investigations, and it's now in the hands of Baltimore City State Attorney. But the argument here is that this could have all been avoided.
We're going to continue to work with our partners to make sure that any and everything that can be done will be done. And as we know, we're going to be committed to improving the fire department in every way that we can.
Today, the city's Director of Finance, the Department of Public Works, and Commissioner of Housing, among several other leaders, will present the strategies they've come up with to rid the city of vacant and abandoned properties. That meeting happens, and it's at 5 o'clock. It's open to the public, and we'll have a link to it on our website. Taylor Stewart, FOX45 News.
The eyes of Wall Street will be focused on the U.S. Capitol this morning. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is set to testify.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with what this could tell us about the state of our economy. Megan.
A lot on the line here, guys. Taking you live to Capitol Hill now, where we know Powell's testimony is set to begin at 10 o'clock this morning. It's happening with the Senate Banking Committee there. His comments certainly heavily scanned for clues about the Fed's economic outlook and what it plans to do at its next meeting coming up in 2 weeks, especially concerning interest rates, which have risen 8 times just in the last year. There's a lot to get through before that Fed meeting in 2 weeks, by the way. We get the number of job openings in America tomorrow. New unemployment figures come out on Friday, and then key data on inflation, retail sales, and new home construction are expected next week, all of which feeds into the Fed's decision on those interest rates. This afternoon, we're also expecting new information on consumer credit. It's expected to show that Americans took on an estimated $25 billion more in debt in January as spending continued, and that is more than double what we saw in December. And while the costs for some goods like fuel have gone down, the costs for services for things like dining out, hotel rooms, haircuts, they remain high and unfortunately, guys, continue to climb. The Fed says that is a reflection of rising wages and salaries, which companies often pass along to you in the way of higher prices. And the best way to tame the issue is what Powell has previously described as softer labor market conditions, which would mean fewer openings, job openings, that is, and more layoffs in the months ahead. Again, testimony expected here this morning. It continues Wednesday with the House Financial Services Committee. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Baltimore City high school graduation rates at their lowest point almost a decade, just to have in our 7 o'clock hour. Project Baltimore investigates which schools are struggling the most, what's being done to help the students.
In Baltimore County, there have been a lot of high-profile crimes recently in Towson. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, County Executive Johnny Olszewski is joining us live to weigh in on how he is working to assure your safety in Towson.
Temperatures will be cooler and closer to average for this week. Just ahead, when we can expect the next weather maker to arrive. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Looks like a wonderland of winter, except it's March and nearing springtime. This image captured the snowy conditions recently on the grounds of a Michigan zoo. Meanwhile, this photo shows the backside of a snow squall passing over Logan, Utah, and a view of California's largest reservoir, Shasta Lake, with blue and cloudy skies and snow on the mountains.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
6:41 is your time right now. It is Tuesday morning, almost 7 o'clock, looking out over a cloudy start to your morning. The sun is now up, but we will see more sun as we head later into the afternoon. That wind is also going to pick up here today. Numbers right now are mainly in the 30s and 40s as you step outside, so you'll still need to grab at least a light jacket making your way out for your Tuesday morning. Now for a run or a jog, maybe just grab that layer with a lower 40s here over the next few hours. Overall, chilly conditions, but you can enjoy it. Back with that full forecast, we'll talk about how long the wind sticks around and when we'll see our next chance for wet weather.
Well, the debate amongst lawmakers in Annapolis continues on how to address young people and violence. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, State Senator Jill Carter, Baltimore City delegate with Baltimore City, and then Delegate Jason Buckle with Allegheny County will be joining us live to weigh in on 4 bills on juvenile justice.
I'm Christine Frizzau on Capitol Hill, where calls are growing louder to ban stock trading at the highest levels of government. Why this time could be different.
.645 on this Tuesday morning, the National Transportation Safety Board now investigating the death of a Maryland woman who died on a private jet. Officials say 55-year-old Dana Hyde of Montgomery County was on the plane when it ran into unexpected turbulence Friday. Now, the plane was traveling from New Hampshire to Virginia, but was forced to reroute to Connecticut. Her husband and son were also on board, but they were not hurt. Hyde was a prominent D.C. attorney and had served in the Obama and Clinton administrations.
A student gunned down in a park near Patterson High School becomes the city's latest young homicide victim. Shannon Lilly is joining us live. Shannon, what do we know about the shooter?
Well, right now we are learning there may be more than one suspect because witnesses told police they saw multiple people running from this park following that shooting. As of this morning, though, as far as we know, no arrests have been made. Now, this Patterson High School student was gunned down yesterday afternoon in broad daylight, just feet from his high school. And unfortunately, this is becoming part of a trend in the city. Stay with us because in 15 minutes, I'm going to have the very latest in this case, plus hear how city leaders say they are working to prevent more violence and young deaths, and hear from a family who knows this pain all too well. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Today, leaders with BGE will answer questions about the city's controversial Conduit deal. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what we can expect from this meeting today. Taylor?
Well, that's right. Members of BGE's executive board will address the council and the public. Now, the mayor says it's a done deal. He signed off on this contract without the support of Comptroller Bill Henry as well as City Council President Nick Mosby. But today, we'll hope to get those questions answered and speak to BGE leaders. That's the latest here in the studio. I'm Taylor Stewart. Back to you.
All right, it's 6:47, and we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers coming in, and I have an answer for him about flapjacks. Yes, he wanted to know the difference between flapjacks and pancakes. And apparently, from everything I've been reading, in the U.S., the terms flapjack and pancake are interchangeable. There is no difference. It's a term that you hear. Flapjacks more often in the South, pancakes more often in the North. Now, if you go to different countries, flapjacks may take on a different meaning in how it's cooked, but pretty much the same.
Because today's National Flapjack Day and not National Pancake Day. That's the whole reason I was asking about that. So that's interesting.
There you go.
Very interesting.
Well, do you have any of either to share with the class today?
No, sorry, I don't. I don't.
So much for my hard work looking it up.
I appreciate that. That's good. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Enjoying flapjacks, maybe some cereal, too. It's National Cereal Day. We all love some kind of cereal, right? Our weather headlines. We've got the cloud cover that's out there at this moment. Right now, our temperature at 42 degrees, a cool Tuesday morning. It will be breezy to windy for the afternoon. We'll see those temperatures into the lower 50s, and temperatures definitely trending colder here over the next couple of days. That's going to be the big thing that we will notice. Also notice on our HD radar, we're seeing a few of those light snow showers coming near Altoona and areas to the east of Pittsburgh, over near Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, maybe possibly getting near that Maryland and PA border over the next couple of hours, but not really expecting much in the way of any kind of accumulation because our temperatures are above freezing. But that area of low pressure exiting stage right, and what we've got set up behind that is that colder air that is coming in and the wind that will pick up as we head later into the day. There's some pancakes right there, or flapjacks on this plate on our Rise and Shine cast, lower 40s over the next couple of hours. Sun will be up until 6:05 tonight, and even though we're cloudy right now, should see more of that sunshine as we head later into the day. 45 by 10 a.m. at the B&O Railroad Museum, and numbers into the lower 50s into that 2 o'clock hour, so about 5 or 6 degrees cooler than yesterday, and with that wind, going to feel even colder as well, and keeping those lower 50s into the 4 and 5 o'clock hour if you're doing Taco Tuesday tonight. All right, so 51, your average this time of year. Most of us will be in the upper 40s and lower 50s across central Maryland, and that's going to be the trend basically up and down the 95 corridor, with 40s in New York and Philly, 54 in D.C. today, 46 in Cumberland, 60 in Richmond this afternoon. Checking your temperature tracker, that red line right there is the average high, and this is what I was talking about, trending colder. So notice instead of the well above average numbers, we're kind of right at that average line, even below average coming in to Friday and Saturday. So our temperatures dropping as we head toward the weekend. Taking you into the afternoon on our FutureCam. Again, dry conditions here, the breezy to windy conditions today and tomorrow. That's when that wind is going to be staying with us. But Thursday, a little less wind, probably the nicest day over the next 7 because we got that next weather maker rolling in on Friday. We'll start with a cold rain on Friday morning, some snow in parts of western Maryland. Most of us will just see the rain showers here across central Maryland into Friday afternoon and evening time. And temperatures, as I mentioned, are going to stay in the 40s, so it'll be a cold rain for sure. 5 days away until we spring forward. We're just 10 days out until St. Patty's Day, 30 days until opening day for your Baltimore Orioles, and Easter Sunday in just 33 days from right now. Here's that 7-day forecast. Temperatures, as I mentioned, kind of staying cooler with overnight lows into the 30s. We do spring forward this weekend. That's the time change. So really, it's when you go to bed Saturday night, Sunday morning at 2 o'clock becomes 3 o'clock as we get back to daylight saving time. Back to you.
All right, here's a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track in the area of Pikesville on the outer loop. He's moving along, I wouldn't say top speed, but no incidents to slow him down, just the number of cars that are starting to get up and out this morning.
Well, a bright spot this morning. Baltimore City firefighter spends his day off teaching children about fire safety. Firefighters Union tweeting out these pictures of firefighter Gibbons visiting his son's school right there and teaching the students about his job. And what to do in an emergency. The kids learned about exit drills, smoke detectors, and what to do in medical emergencies, too. Great way to spend a day off in the community, and thank you very much for doing that. A king is taking over our studio coming up this morning in our 9 o'clock hour. A king snake, that is. Yeah, we were told it was something else, a very little cute thing, something they eat. Nope, it changed. Just ahead in our creature feature, learn about how they search for their next meal.
I'll be far in another room, so I'm not part of that meal plan. All right, celebrate Maryland wine and March, all March long. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is joining us with the different festivities and wine tastings that you can try. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere. You can start with the wine. After that story about the snake, I might need some, but if it's early for wine for you, you can give another beverage a try to get you going.
That's right. In fact, we're talking about some coffee. It's time for a coffee break. Well, as investors wait for Fed Chair Jerome Powell's testimony later this week about whether rates will skyrocket or increase marginally, the Dow ended Monday up by adding 40 points.
The S&P up just 2 points while the Nasdaq shed 13 points. In today's Assignment America, we are asking the question, should people who work at the highest levels of the federal government be allowed to trade stocks in companies that their agencies oversee?
As national correspondent Christine Frizzell reports, the simple question, is there a conflict of interest, rarely seems to have a simple answer.
It's one of the biggest aerospace companies in the world. But if you own or trade stock in Lockheed Martin, maybe you shouldn't also be a top official at the Department of Defense. That idea, part of a new effort on Capitol Hill to ban stock trading by senior officials in the executive branch.
The only sensible next step is for this Congress to act.
Republican Senator Josh Hawley is behind the new bill, but the concept has had backing from Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren as well. Both also want to include members of Congress in the ban.
This means if you want to be in public service, the public never has to doubt on whose behalf you're working.
Calls for change following a recent investigation by the Wall Street Journal, which found more than 300 officials who work for the Energy Department also hold energy stocks, despite warnings from ethics lawyers. It found 130 officials in the Energy Department reported about 2,700 trades in companies related to their agency's work, companies like ExxonMobil and Chevron, a finding not shocking to experts on the matter.
And you may have watched for a while and seen if I had invested last week, I would now be 20% richer. And Congress and people in the executive office don't make that much money. And it's even more inviting when you have this opportunity to get rich quick.
Now, opponents of the legislation say it will deter good people from wanting to work for the government, which Professor John Coffey says is not a valid excuse.
You can buy mutual funds, including mutual funds that have some specialization. And that allows you to maintain equity investments, but not to make specific firm-specific moves based on what you may have heard that morning.
Congress did pass the Stock Act in 2012, which banned members of Congress from trading on insider information. But it has rarely been enforced and has since been loosened. Lawmakers in both parties calling for those rules to be tightened. Once again, in Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Taking a live look over Philadelphia this morning, where President Biden will deliver remarks on Thursday to unveil his budget proposal.
Now, the visit comes as President Biden is expected to announce his 2024 election bid in the coming weeks.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was pressed on the reasoning behind the trip. She declined to comment on elections, but noted Pennsylvania is a state that is close to the president's heart.
We believe when we go out there and travel and go to places like Pennsylvania and other states, it's an opportunity for the president to talk directly to the American people. This is important, right? When you think about the fiscal year budget, you think about how the president's going to lay out his plan for the American people.
The White House says the speech will showcase Biden's plans to invest in America. That includes efforts to continue lowering costs for families, protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, and reduce the deficit, among some other things.
Ahead of Biden's address on Thursday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is bringing in the director of the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office for a full House briefing. For the first time, the CBO's outlook shows all three trust funds, Medicare, Social Security, and the Highway Trust Fund, going insolvent. On top of that, interest payments on the national debt would reach about $10 trillion over the next decade.
But since 1940 today, more than 80 years, we've only spent $9 trillion on interest. This is what will break America. Every great society collapses when they overextend themselves, and this is why it's so critical.
Well, McCarthy denies accusations from Biden and Democrats that his party wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. He told CNBC that raising the age for entitlement is probably also off the table because it's not a bipartisan effort. Speaker says he's open to any ideas, including taking back unspent COVID money.
Another student shot and killed just feet from his high school here in the city. Just ahead, we are live from police headquarters with the search for the gunman.
Untangling the controversy surrounding the mayor's Conduit deal with BGE, what we can expect to learn from the public hearing happening today.
Wind gusts are going to pick up this afternoon, and we'll see the cooler temperatures moving in as well. We'll talk about how long the windy, light conditions are going to stay with us.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are following three big stories for you this morning.
Well, another young person is shot and killed and just steps away from Patterson High School. His death marking the 5th person under the age of 18 to be killed in Baltimore City so far this year.
Today, the Baltimore City Council will hold their 3rd investigative hearing into the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE, a deal that has left city leaders at odds.
Plus, police in Rochester, New York are now trying to verify if a concert was in compliance with regulatory safety measures following a stampede that killed 2 people Sunday night.
Good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, March 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us here with the forecast, and expect some winds today.
Yeah, exactly right. We're going to kick up that wind. We got some cloud cover hanging around right now, guys, but overall we're going to see a lot more sun later this afternoon. It's just going to come with a bunch of wind that we'll have to deal with here later today, and some of those colder temperatures as well. This is what it looks like right now. Definitely cloudy outside over the Inner Harbor as we look out, with temperatures on the right side of your screen, and right here mainly in the 30s and 40s. 39 Cockeysville, Bel Air at 37, Elkridge, you're at 40 as well for you in Brooklyn Park this hour. So a cool Tuesday morning, breezy to windy for the afternoon. Those temperatures trending colder later this week. Overall, though, Mr. Bo says we are good to go weather-wise on the roads, with temperatures mainly into the lower 40s. How are we looking out there on the roads right now, Tom?
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. An accident right on 795 southbound before you get to the outer loop. It's been moved to the right shoulder there. That was involved with the tractor trailer and multiple vehicles. So there's stop and go traffic back to McDonough overpass. If you usually head this way during your commute, make sure you give yourself a little extra time.
We have breaking news this morning. A Maryland State Police trooper has been shot in Dorchester County. State police tell us it happened during a traffic stop near Route 50 in Vienna. That trooper now in the hospital. We are still working to find out their current condition. Investigators are saying that there is no threat to the public.
Now to a city in crisis. Southeast Baltimore community reeling this morning after violence claims yet another young life.
Police confirm a Patterson High School student died in a shooting at a park right near the school.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a desperate search now for the killer. Shannon?
We know right now that killer is still at large. Police say witnesses saw multiple people running from the park following this shooting, so they believe there may be multiple suspects.
Anything anyone saw, heard, or believed happened in this playground needs to be reported to the police right away. Yet again, we're talking about young people using guns against other young people. And so it has to stop.
The shooting happening just feet from the high school when the victim was supposed to be in the classroom. Around 2 p.m. yesterday, police say they responded to a shots fired call, finding that teenage boy with multiple gunshot wounds, including a fatal shot to the head. And as you just heard the commissioner mention, this killing comes as a juvenile crime wave hits Baltimore City. So far, 5 people under the age of 18 have been shot and killed just this year. In fact, the family of 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey responding to this latest tragedy, they say in part, quote, "It was only 2 months ago that our family went through the same unimaginable pain. We stand in grim solidarity with another family enduring what no family ever should," end quote. Now, we asked if the school system is struggling to keep students inside and safe during school hours. Listen to what CEO Schools Dr. Sonia Santelises had to say.
As in the case of Edmondson, it did not occur inside of the school building. This is a school that has a weapons detection system. This is a school that has cameras in key locations throughout the building. And so there are protocols keeping young people safe.
Mayor Scott also responding with this statement right here, reading in part, quote, "Each time a life is lost in Baltimore, I feel a deep pain. As your mayor, I am taking immediate actions to address youth violence in our city." However, in that statement, there were no details about how he plans to address this violence in the city. And many people in this community and area feel not enough is being done. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Baltimore County also seeing young people either fall victim to violence or create the violence themselves. 2 weeks ago, a high school student was shot and killed in Towson. County leaders say that shooting was a result of an argument between 2 groups. Coming up in about 10 minutes, right here on Fox 45 Morning News, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will be joining us to discuss crime preventative measures that are being put in place there.
Today, the Baltimore City Council is hosting a public hearing on the city's controversial Conduit deal with BGE.
Mayor signing off on that deal less than a month ago without the full support from key members of the Board of Estimates.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what we can expect from the public hearing. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. Those key members were City Council President Nick Mosby and Comptroller Bill Henry. Recall, they refused to attend that meeting in an attempt to halt the deal with BGE on the grounds they just did not have enough information about this multi-million-dollar plan. The mayor moved forward anyhow, and it's caused quite a rift on the Board of Estimates. Here's why. The Conduit system controls the underground piping and insulation for the city's fiber optic system, the energy, phone lines, and while the city owns it, it's giving full control to BGE. But the people who are supposed to vet this deal say they haven't been able to, and until they do, they're not on board.
The way that this entire situation has been handled is nothing more than a power grab and move that suits the interests of private industry.
What we're missing here is a judge. I think we've reached the point where it's clear that we just have to agree to disagree.
Today's discussion will have members of BGE's executive board. They will present here. They'll have to answer questions about how they plan to maintain it over the next few years and any other concerns council members have related to their agreement with the city's underground conduit system. That hearing is taking place at 5 o'clock today.
So, Taylor, has all of this back and forth over this deal changed the mayor's stance at all?
No, he stands by this deal. In fact, he says it's the best deal on the table. Take a listen.
Never, and I repeat, never have I done anything or made any decision that was not in the best interest of those who call this great city home. If there was a better deal to be done, that deal would have been done.
That's the latest here. We'll keep you updated as that meeting gets underway. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
After the mayor moved forward with the contract February 15th, the utility company is seeking a rate increase from the state's Public Service Commission for customers by an estimated 5% in a 3-year period. Now, according to BGE, the average gas and electric customer's monthly bill will increase by an average of $10.36 over a 3-year proposal. Multiple issues among airlines in America this morning, from a passenger who tried to open a plane's door mid-flight to a small fire on board another plane and then a collision right on the tarmac.
All very scary. Megan Gillen is at our live center with new video into our newsroom from these incidents. Megan.
Guys, we begin with this man right here. This is 33-year-old Francisco Torres, now facing federal charges for trying to open an emergency exit door on a plane mid-flight and then actually attempting to stab a flight attendant in the neck with a broken metal spoon. Check this out. We've got the moment the flight crew, with the help of other passengers, were able to pin Torres down yesterday. You see that happening. Now, just moments before all of this went down, he was caught on camera threatening to kill people on board the Boston-bound flight. Listen in.
Kill every man on this plane. So where are they? Where's Homeland Security? Pull the gun. Where are they? You don't have Homeland Security. You're not gonna try and stop me then, huh?
Well, we are told that it took 6 people to pin Torres down while the flight went in for landing. His first hearing is now set for this Thursday. He is facing a potential sentence of life in prison and a $250,000 fine. Now, the FAA also investigating this right now. New video from Logan International Airport in Boston this morning after 2 United planes clipped each other yesterday morning right there on the tarmac. Now, if you look very closely, you see the wing going into the other plane. There's some very minor damage that you can see. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but both flights had to be canceled out of precaution. We're also getting new video from inside that Southwest flight, seen filling with smoke after the plane hit a bird, triggering a small fire. Can you imagine? The oxygen masks deployed as the flight was forced to turn around. All 153 passengers were evacuated in Havana. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Developing now, police in Rochester, New York are now investigating after a second person dies from a stampede shortly after a concert Sunday night for rapper Glorilla.
The mayor of Buffalo identifying the first victim as 33-year-old Rhodesia Belton, a worker for the City of Buffalo Traffic Violations Agency. As of right now, all we know about the second victim is that she is a 35-year-old woman. We're told that one person is still in critical condition right now, and at least 7 others were hurt.
Now, police say the crowd began pushing towards the exits after hearing what they thought were gunshots. However, authorities have found no evidence of any shootings as of now.
We thought everything was good. At first, when we going towards the door to leave out, everybody started rushing back. So we started running and falling and everything.
Doing a lot of pushing and shoving. I unfortunately was one that was on the ground. Thank God I did get up. But you know, everybody wasn't so fortunate. It was a different experience. It was very scary. I've never been through nothing like this.
Now, Glorilla tweeted just before midnight last night saying, "I am devastated and heartbroken over the tragic deaths that happened after Sunday's show. My fans mean the world to me. Praying for their families and for a speedy recovery of everyone affected."
Police are now trying to verify if the event was in compliance with regulatory safety measures. We'll be sure to monitor this for you and bring you any updates as soon as we get them.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. City school graduation rates hit the lowest point in 9 years. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore dives deep into which schools are falling short.
Following a string of violent incidents in Towson, residents now questioning what's being done to keep people safe. Coming up next, we'll be speaking with Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski on the measures now in place to protect citizens. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
My worst nightmare is to get the call that I don't have a son anymore. That's where this town is heading, unfortunately, and it's supposed to be a nice college and a nice town, and, you know, it's like nerve-wracking to feel like, you know, is that day ever going to come where he doesn't make it back to his apartment from school or make it to school?
Crime has been top of mind for people who live in or visit the Towson area. Several recent incidents are raising concerns about the safety of that area. As part of our Your Voice series, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we want to start with the crime issue. There have been a lot of high-profile crimes, and it seems like this is all happening in a short span of time, all very recently. We're talking about a 17-year-old who was shot, another man shot, all near the Towson Town Center, that Towson Circle. A woman was stabbed there, 3 women raped in an alley. A lot going on. What is happening that we are seeing an uptick in that area?
Yeah, I mean, I want to first say every incident of crime is unacceptable. A lot of what happened in Towson was tragic and unfortunate. It's a reflection, I think, though, that Towson, we have to remember, is a vibrant, growing community where people want to be. We are seeing a lot of individuals want to go to Towson, to be in Towson, to enjoy the amenities. So we welcome everyone who wants to be there, but we do expect people to behave appropriately. We will not tolerate and don't tolerate violent behavior. And in wake of those high-profile incidents you mentioned, Patrice, we actually convened business owners, the police, the community leaders, members of the government, and we had a strong and swift response to it. Subsequent to, we have stepped up patrols with police departments. We have foot patrols, and we're looking at bike patrols in the Towson corridors. We are expanding our grants for cameras to have full coverage of the Towson corridors. We have additional lighting. We've partnered with the sheriff's office to have additional deputies out on nights and weekends. We're looking at additional security, so to have private security further bolster our police department, because we want everyone to both be safe and to feel safe. And go ahead.
I was going to say, let's talk about that feel safe. You're listing these things that will hopefully make a difference there, and it's obvious that you're being very proactive in making some steps there. But like you said, people want to come to that area. It's a thriving area. You've got the mall, the restaurants, the shops, but they want to feel safe. How do you assure them that they're not going to be the next victim?
Well, look, all I can tell individuals is that we are doing everything we can to make sure Towson remains a safe place to live, to work, to enjoy. In addition to those steps, we've also deployed an additional license plate reader in the Towson community to catch individuals with stolen vehicles, for example, immediately. We are stepping up our presence. We're partnering with businesses. They have signs even that says, reminding individuals that they are on camera because of the strong partnerships there. Nothing we can do will prevent all incidents from happening. But what we can do is make sure that there is a strong presence, that if something does happen, we find, arrest, and prosecute individuals, which Baltimore County has a long history of doing. And what I will say is we will do everything we can to ensure that these incidents do not continue. We will continue to step up and continue to do all we can to keep Towson safe.
County Executive, just one last quick question as we're running out of time here. Why are we seeing this uptick? What do you attribute that to?
Crime has a lot of reasons. I know that we've seen a lot of issues with mental health and domestic violence with some of our more violent crimes. We use data in Baltimore County to try to track that. But what I can say is, regardless of the reason, we're going to step up and keep doing whatever we can to both prevent as much crime as we can, and then if it happens, make sure we are catching people and holding them accountable.
All right, County Executive Olszewski, thank you so much for joining us as
Thanks
always.
so much for having me on. Thank you.
7:19 now, and of course we need to find out exactly just how windy it's going to get after we had a little bit of light showers early this morning.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers filling us in on that.
Yeah, a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now, guys. Even tracking a few snow showers in parts of Pennsylvania, just to the north of us. Don't you worry. Yeah, but Pennsylvania's close. It's right up the road. So looking outside right now, we do have that cloud cover that is out over the Inner Harbor. Wind has picked up just a little bit, but really we'll see the gusty conditions later this afternoon. And what we're expecting to see is the fact that most of these clouds will roll out of here and we'll see more sunny skies by the time we get to the afternoon. But right now we're cloudy. 42 your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. That northwest wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour, more than likely taking off on 3-3 out there at Martin State and at BWI as well. This is what I was talking about. Look at that little blue right there to the south and east of Pittsburgh, right near areas just to the north of Hagerstown, where we're seeing a few of those flakes that are flying. Some of this is going to try to make a run at us over the next couple of hours, but our temperatures are above freezing. So even if we do see a few flakes flying, we're not going to see anything accumulate. This is all that area of low pressure that is moving moving off toward the Atlantic. Behind that, that colder air filtering in, and that's why that wind will pick up from the north and northwest later this afternoon. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, temperatures in the 40s this hour, upper 40s through noon and into the lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. It will be windy, so you got to hang on to your hats. Hank the bird, yeah, he's going to be trying to fly with or against the wind. Either way, he and his feathered friends going to get blown around a bit here for today with, again, those temperatures that stay mainly in the 40s. So overall, our numbers upper 40s and even some lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Numbers for you on the eastern shore, a lot of you in the lower 50s for Chestertown and Rock Hall, down through Chester into Easton and Talbot County. Centerville at 51 for your high today. You can get the car cleaned up Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, especially later today when that sun's going to be popping out and we do stay dry all the way toward the end of the week. But our next weather maker coming in on Friday, you can see our future scan. We're dry today. We keep the wind with us for tomorrow afternoon, but we stay dry. Thursday looks to be a pretty nice day, a lot less wind and overall pretty decent conditions out there. But Friday, here comes the next weather maker. This is the rain coming in, the cold rain at that, because temperatures are going to be coming down. Mainly rain showers for us here in central Maryland with some light snow showers in parts of the mountains by Friday afternoon into the evening time. And some of those showers left over into parts of Saturday. Overall, our numbers coming down from the 50s to the upper 40s. This is our spring forward weekend, so don't forget when you go to bed Saturday night, turn that clock forward 1 hour. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. The only thing worse than filing your taxes is getting scammed while you do it. In our next half hour, what you need to know to keep your personal information safe this tax season.
And we're in Harford County this morning at the Fiore Winery and Distillery. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
$7:25, and it's so Baltimore. March is Maryland Wine Month.
Head to Harford County for the ultimate tasting experience along their libation trail. Like the sound of that. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with more. There's a whole libation trail, Mark.
That's right, guys. I can't hear you this morning, but I tell you what, I'm with Tony Fiore. And Tony, you guys are award-winning and one of the most award-winning wineries and distilleries in the area.
That's correct.
So what's the secret, man?
The secret's a great Italian family. You know, we've been doing this for centuries. My grandfather grew up in the wine business, and my grandmother joined him in the 80s. This winery opened in 1985.
I love it.
We've been running ever since.
So from wine to moonshine.
That's
From
right.
wine to moonshine. So again, it's the family love. You know, it's also the, you know, basically the heritage and all that. You put that together with the location, and you have a great formula for winning, right?
That's right.
And so people can participate and get on the trail to find out how this great stuff tastes, correct?
That's right. You can visit us on the Gunpowder Wine Trail. March is Maryland Wine Month. We have a wine trail in northern Harford County, northern Baltimore County. You can visit us 7 days a week. Check the website, gunpowderwinetrail.com, for tickets, more information. Wine tastings, there's discounts, there's other special stuff you can do, and it's all month long.
I love it. So again, when you plan your trip, I know you're going to get on this wine trail. You get the designated driver, okay? You get your designated driver, and then you get on that wine trail and you taste everything. That's a great formula, guys.
Not it, right? First person, right?
You don't want to be the designated driver.
You don't have
All
to
right.
deal with all that when you get to the end of the trail. No. Everyone just keep it down that. Well, that's what parenting sets you up for. For more information, you go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A windy day ahead, but we will see sunshine and highs in the 50s. Meteorologist Dustin Chambers is tracking our next chance for rain in his full weather authority forecast.
Baltimore City High School graduation rates at their lowest point in more than just about a decade. Project Baltimore investigates which schools are struggling the most and what's being done to help students. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast and the wind that's headed our way.
That's exactly right. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. Wind already kicking up a little bit. Still some cloud cover that is out there, especially with a few of those showers rolling into parts of southern Pennsylvania at this time and just creeping a little bit closer to Hagerstown at this moment. But we may see a stray shower or two in the next couple of hours. Overall, though, keeping the clouds around for your run or your jog, and numbers into the lower 40s, so definitely on the cooler side. Grab that extra layer as you make your way out for your exercise. Now, notice the temperatures staying cooler as well. Today, tomorrow, Thursday, all in the lower 50s, even though we've got mostly sunny afternoons ahead. We've got those temperatures that are near average, not the well above average that we enjoyed over the last couple of days. Back with your full forecast over on that big green wall. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
7:31, Baltimore City hits a 9-year low in the percentage of students graduating high school in 4 years.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps looked at the recently released 4-year graduation rates from 2022, found 10 high schools in Baltimore City where fewer than half of the students graduated in that period.
It looks wonderful.
It's bright.
It is.
The year was 2017.
It's another stepping stone on the path to change the outcome for children.
Project Baltimore was there as the Baltimore Ravens announced a $1.5 million donation to Renaissance Academy, a high school in West Baltimore. Ravens Hall of Famer Ed Reed helped unveil the upgrades, which included a science lab and an art studio.
You want to make sure they have an environment that they can go to and it changed their lives in a great way, positive way.
Then Principal Nakia Rowe was fighting to keep the school open, saying the Ravens' investment could be a game changer for student outcomes.
We're hoping for a large return on that investment.
In 2017, when the $1.5 million was donated, Renaissance Academy had a 4-year graduation rate of 52%. Graduation rates are based on the number of students who earn a diploma in 4 years, beginning in 9th grade, and adjusted for any students who transfer in or out of the school. Last year, in 2022, the 4-year graduation rate at Renaissance had plummeted to 14.9%. Out of 67 students beginning in 9th grade, just 10 went on to graduate in 4 years.
So the solution here is not simply money.
Anaban Basu is an economist and former member of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners.
Our kids are falling further behind. And they've been falling further behind for years.
And the graduation rates reflect that. At 68.7%, Baltimore City has the lowest 4-year graduation rate in Maryland, and it's gone down every year since 2018. That year, 72.2% of city school students graduated in 4 years. It then fell to 70.3%. By 2022, it had fallen to 68.7%, the lowest in 9 years. Out of 37 high schools in Baltimore City, we can see graduation data for 33. Project Baltimore found 10 of those 33 schools had a 4-year graduation rate below 50%. That's 10 Baltimore City high schools where over 4 years, more students didn't graduate than did.
A lot of this data is informing, confirming, and helping to refine that work that we will come back to the board and update you on and roll out, frankly, to the broader community later this spring.
At this recent school board meeting, CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises addressed the drop in graduation rates. The district explained the steps it's taking to improve student outcomes, including summer learning, implementation of student learning plans, and stricter attendance verification. In her remarks at the meeting, the CEO spoke about the impact of COVID, saying the shutdowns made an already challenging situation more challenging.
Frankly, challenges that existed previously that were exacerbated. So I don't want to act as if, these were some kind of new challenges.
Yes, the pandemic accelerated the rate of decline in the pace of learning. That's true. But we've been seeing assessments of test scores, for instance, declining since 2013. And so the question becomes, what is the answer?
Basu says the current school board should consider closing persistently failing schools and place those students in schools with a higher rate of success.
Clearly, when you have schools with a 14% graduation rate in Maryland, we've got a major problem, and we have not solved the issue.
Basu also says there are not enough highly qualified teachers. The teachers' unions are powerful, which Basu says can make it difficult for schools to fire underperforming teachers.
I think the taxpayer can expect to see better performance from Baltimore City schools when we have a commitment to the kids. In other words, there are a lot of adult stakeholders in the system that I think compromise the quality of education.
Baltimore City is not the only school system to see a drop in its four-year graduation rates. Coming up on Wednesday, we'll show you the other school systems seeing setbacks and what the state superintendent is saying about it. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
The debate amongst lawmakers in Annapolis continues over how to address young people and violence. Coming up in today's State House Spotlight, State Senator Joe Carter and State Delegate Jason Buckle will join us live to weigh in on 4 bills on juvenile justice.
Residents in Frederick County demanding answers this morning following that massive truck explosion. What they say was missing that would have stopped the tragedy entirely.
Sunshine and highs in the 50s this afternoon, but our next chance for rain moves in right in time for the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that system ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:39, we are learning new details this morning about a deadly incident in Frederick County after a tanker truck hauling fuel for sheets exploded into flames along Route 50 this past weekend.
Now neighbors are speaking out about safety concerns.
John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. has the details. John.
Well, the images we've been seeing from Saturday's tanker fire and explosion are unbelievable, and the cleanup is daunting. Take a look. Here's Route 15 right here in Frederick County. This is where the truck went off the road. You can see the stump, what's left of the tree there. And right over here, you have the damage. Look at that home. It was destroyed, a total loss. Now, the highway sits less than 100 yards from the homes here on Apple Avenue. There is no guardrail, no barriers at all. Residents tell us they have been concerned about Route 15 for years. Not just loud, but dangerous. I spoke to the Hamiltons, who sustained damage to their home. Since 2009, there have been half a dozen crashes along this stretch of highway right in front of their home, 4 of them involving tractor trailers.
Been told about 2 years ago that even putting a guardrail there was a safety hazard, which made no sense to me at all. I don't see, if this was Montgomery County or another county, there is no way they would let this go. There should be a barrier there, a wall there, some kind of protection. They're making us all victims.
Now take a look at the front of this vehicle. Melted from the heat of the fire. The driver died, the driver of the tractor trailer. Officials say he was carrying about 8,600 gallons of fuel. As for the complaints here, Michael O'Connor, the mayor of Frederick, tells 7 News that there is a plan to make some changes, including adding lanes to Route 15 and barriers, but it's a project that will take about 5 years. In Frederick County, John Gonzalez, 7 News.
Well, don't fall for IRS scams this tax season. Still ahead, what you need to look out for when you file.
4 juvenile justice bills are making their way through Maryland's General Assembly, and approaches from opposite sides of the aisle appear to be completely different. Coming up next in today's State House Spotlight, we're going to take a closer look at those approaches to curb crime among young people. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
This session, the General Assembly debating 4 bills related to youth and crime, 2 from Democrats, 2 from Republicans, and the approaches seem completely opposite. Joining us now for this week's State House Spotlight, Democrat State Senator Jill Carter, Republican Delegate Jason Buckle. Delegate and Senator, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Sure. Now, this is, we're approaching this. It seems like everyone wants to face youth crime, and we've seen some increases in youth crime from youth victims to also the perpetrators here. But we're going about it completely different. At least that's what it looks like from the layperson on the outside. Is that what you're gathering here? And will we be able to find a center line?
I don't think it's that different. I've always said that in those situations where young people are doing things like many things you've brought up about the 12-year-old that brings a gun to school, that child can be have a SINS petition, a child need of supervision petition. Even the proponents of the other legislation say that they want the child to get services. They want the parent or adult responsible to be held accountable. So I think we have legislation to do that. I don't think on that issue we are that far apart. I think the issue is that we need to focus on, as the Senate passed the Michaela Straughter Act a week ago or so, which says that now law enforcement is mandated to file that petition with the Department of Juvenile Services.
Okay.
You know, Tom, I think that I appreciate Senator Carter's remarks. I think everybody's trying to get to the same goal, and I would hope that there's continues to be room for compromise. But I do think there is a little bit of a different focus. The focus for a lot of us in our party, and we think that it's something that resonates across parties, across racial and ethnic divisions. Frankly, it matters as much in rural Western Maryland as it does in urban Baltimore and Washington, D.C. suburbs, is this point. People need to be held accountable for their violent actions. We're not talking just about, what used to be simple juvenile crime of I shoplifted, I was involved in a normal fight that I would call. It didn't involve weapons. We're talking about people who are using guns, knives. We had someone in my community in Western Maryland, a 17-year-old boy knifed another 17-year-old boy to death, feet away from his school. He was a promising Division I football prospect. And this individual committed the crime, had a long history of juvenile crime. We think that there has to be more of a focus right now, short term, today, in cracking down on some of this juvenile crime to try to prevent this wave of.
Yeah, and let me ask you, though, the approach, though, it seems like the Republicans are going with these bills, is saying they want to lower the age, gun offenses from 14 down to 12, down to 10 in some of their bills that they're proposing where they can still face gun charges, while the Democrats and Senator Carter on the other side are saying, no, you know what, you should not be able to be charged with felony murder until you're at least 25 years of age because mentally you can't handle it. So it seems like there's a huge division between the two parties here and not even close to it. But you're saying, no, we're actually closer than what you think, Senator Carter.
I am. And let me just say this. There's different bills that we're mixing together. But as the delegate just talked about, in the situation where the child, the 17-year-old, committed a murder, there's nothing in any of these laws that would stop that child from being charged with first-degree murder or as an adult. That's not something that we are seeking to change. Something I want to point out is when I talk about the SINS petition and accountability, when a SINS petition is filed, as opposed to a child can still wind up in juvenile court. But what's interesting is that in that situation, a child can be compelled to talk. In a criminal or in an adversarial juvenile proceeding, a child can elect to remain silent. So I want to be clear that there is nothing about this concept of a SINS petition versus juvenile court that would stop accountability.
Okay. Delegate Buckle, we're out of time. Your last response?
I think and I hope that people of good faith can really start working together and get serious about Maryland's violent crime problem. Juvenile crime is a part of that. We have to do something about it. We can't just dance around the edges anymore. And I hope Senator Carter works with us to do that. She's a good person. And I hope that works out over the next 30 or so days we're here in Annapolis.
And Delegate Buckle and Senator Carter, both lawyers. And I know that you guys can dive into this topic a lot deeper. Thank you very much for keeping it brief.
Thank you. Thank you.
7:49 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here. A little bit of a cloudy start to the morning. Wind is starting to pick up a bit, and our temperatures are going to be cooler as we head toward the afternoon. That's what we're talking about with our weather headlines right now at 42. On our way to the lower 50s, we will see more sun later this afternoon with breezy to windy conditions, and temperatures overall are going to be trending colder this week. So here's a look at our HD radar. Oh, look at this. Little interesting white stuff right there, right around Hagerstown and trying to sneak into northwestern Carroll County, right around Taneytown as well. This is part of our larger weather maker that's just bringing a few of those snow showers to parts of central PA. Again, maybe a flake or two flying around the Maryland and PA border, but not tracking much more than that. And you can see this area of low pressure that slid off the coast. Back behind that, it's that colder northwesterly wind and that colder air that's going to be in place throughout the day today. So overall, next couple of hours in your Rise and Shine cast, as we shift over from breakfast to maybe brunch, we're talking about low to mid 40s, and those temperatures continuing to rise throughout the rest of the morning into the early afternoon. Sun will be up until 6:05, getting closer to 12 hours of day and night with that equinox coming up in less than 2 weeks from right now. 45 here at 10 o'clock this morning as you're out and about into the lower 50s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. So definitely cooler than where we were yesterday, even hanging to those low 50s into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour for your Tuesday afternoon. So some of us only getting to the upper 40s for Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air this afternoon. Some lower 50s for the Eastern Shore, 49 in Annapolis over to Columbia, 51 in Laurel, 54 in D.C. this afternoon. And to the north of us, definitely colder air, Harrisburg up into Philly and into New York as well. Notice on our temperature tracker, those numbers a lot closer to average, hovering in the lower 50s, even dropping below average here into Friday and Saturday as we head into this upcoming weekend. Now, here's a look at our future scan. Definitely clearing those clouds out later today, but that wind is going to pick up. Wind stays with us through tomorrow afternoon as well. Thursday, not as windy, and temperatures still right near average, but we are seeing calmer conditions. And then Friday, you're really going to see that next weather maker roll in. Could see some snow showers in the mountains, a cold rain for us here in central Maryland through the morning, and then off and on rain showers into the afternoon and evening. Even some leftover showers possible into early Saturday as we get into your weekend. You can see that right here on our 7-day forecast. Those temperatures dropping heading into Friday and Saturday, back to the lower 50s Sunday and Monday, and a bit warmer as we spring forward this weekend with that time change coming up Saturday night. Patrice?
The Be More Healthy Expo is less than 3 weeks away. In our next half hour, the 20 free health screenings you can take advantage of to make sure that you and your loved ones stay safe.
Get ready for the king, because Elvis is coming to Fox 45 Morning News. No, not Elvis Presley, but in our 9 o'clock hour, we'll introduce you to the king of the Maryland Zoo and teach you how he searches for his meals.
I'm hiding.
Hiding?
I'm hiding. The only thing I'm searching for is coffee.
No, not the king snake?
No, I'm hiding.
Stop for a coffee break. Happening now, tax season is here, and a financial expert sharing some of the best ways on how to avoid falling for scams.
Last year, there were more than 7 million reports of suspicious activity when it came to tax returns. That is according to the Identity Theft Tax Refund Fraud Information Sharing Mission and Analysis Center. They've got a long name because they got a lot of work.
That's right. The financial expert says red flag to look for is someone claiming to be the IRS and then contacts you by phone or email asking for your Social Security number. That is a scam.
The IRS will get in touch through certified mail. The financial expert also suggests trusting your gut. If something seems suspicious, it probably is.
Also happening right now, Fox 45 News partnering with Sinclair Broadcast Group and the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, to launch Sinclair Cares, Mental Health Support and Hope. It's a campaign to encourage mental health awareness with a focus on young adults.
NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for the millions of Americans affected by mental illness through advocacy, education, support, and public awareness. You can learn more about resources and support groups in the area at sinclaircares.com or by scanning the QR code on your screen.
Sunshine, highs in the 50s this afternoon, but our next chance for rain moves in right in time for your weekend plans. In our next half hour, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the system for you and the timing of it. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers as we look at today's forecast.
Yeah, we're picking up the wind here as we get later into the morning, and especially this afternoon, ladies. Even though the cloud cover's out there right now, we do expect to see more sunshine. Looking from our Towson camera, bouncing around here just a bit. Even seeing some light showers here, and even seeing some sleet being reported in parts of northern Baltimore and Carroll County at this time. Here's a look at our right now temperatures. Some lower 40s for Cumberland and Baltimore, 37 in Philly, 43 in Salisbury, still warmer in Southern Virginia at this time. So over the next couple of hours, our numbers staying mainly in the 40s. We'll eventually see those clouds move out and more sun as we head later into the afternoon. But the wind is going to be the big issue today. So even though we'll see a high of 53, it's going to feel cooler than that. We'll drop to the 30s tonight and only get to the lower 50s for your Wednesday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got some live looks around our region. And goodness, 695 at Old Court there you can see we've got slow moving traffic there, volume picking up. Elsewhere, not terrible, but again, some slowdowns there on the Beltway here at this hour.
8:01 now. A southeast Baltimore community is reeling this morning after violence claims yet another young life.
Police confirm a Patterson High School student died in a shooting at a park near the school.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the search for the killer. Shannon.
Yeah, as far as we know right now, that killer is still at large. Police say witnesses saw multiple people running from the park following that shooting, so they believe there may be multiple suspects in this case.
Anything anyone saw, heard, or believed happened in this playground needs to be reported to the police right away. Yet again, we're talking about young people using guns against other young people. And so it has to stop.
The shooting happening just feet from the high school when the victim was supposed to be in the classroom. In fact, around 2 p.m. yesterday, police say they responded to that shots fired call, finding the teenage boy with multiple gunshot wounds, including a fatal shot to the head. Now, as the commissioner mentioned, you just heard, this killing comes as a juvenile crime wave hits Baltimore City. So far, 5 people under the age of 18 have been shot and killed this year. In fact, the family of 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey responding to this latest tragedy in this statement right here. They say in part, quote, "It was only 2 months ago that our family went through the same unimaginable pain. We stand in grim solidarity with another family enduring what no family ever should," end quote. Now, we asked if the school system is struggling to keep students inside and safe during school hours. Listen to what City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises had to say.
As in the case of Edmondson, it did not occur inside of the school building. This is a school that has a weapons detection system. This is a school that has cameras in key locations throughout the building. And so there are protocols keeping young people safe.
The Mayor Scott also responding with this statement right here, reading in part, quote, "Each time a life is lost in Baltimore, I feel a deep pain. As your mayor, I am taking immediate actions to address youth violence in our city." However, in that statement, he does not specify how he plans to take those immediate actions. And there are many in this community that feel not enough is being done. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
8:04 today, the Baltimore City Council is hosting a public hearing on the city's controversial Conduit deal with BGE.
The mayor signing off on that deal less than a month ago without the full support from key members on the Board of Estimates.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with what we can expect from that public hearing. Taylor?
That's right. Now, those key members were City Council President Nick Mosby and Comptroller Bill Henry. Recall, they refused to attend that meeting in an attempt to stop this deal with BGE. They said they just did not have enough information about the multi-million-dollar plan. The mayor moved forward anyhow, and it's caused quite a rift on the Board of Estimates. Here's why. The conduit system controls the underground pipes, the insulation for the city's fiber optic system, energy, phone lines, and while the city owns it, it's giving full control to BGE. But the people who are supposed to vet this deal say they have not, and until they do so, they're not on board.
The way that this entire situation has been handled is nothing more than a power grab and move that suits the interests of private industry.
What we're missing here is a judge. I think we've reached the point where it's clear that we just have to agree to disagree.
Well, no judge today, but BGE leaders will address City Council. They'll have to answer questions about how they plan to maintain the piping system over the years to come, and we'll keep you updated as that meeting gets underway today.
Taylor, let me ask you, though, has the back and forth over all of this caused the mayor to change his stance at all?
Not at all, actually. He's standing by this deal. He says it's the best one they had on the table. Take a listen.
Never, and I repeat, never have I done anything or made any decision that was not in the best interest of those who call this great city home. If there was a better deal to be done, that deal would have been done.
Comptroller Henry said he wanted to bring bidders to the table. That did not happen, though. So we'll see how this plays out today and keep you updated. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Multiple issues among airlines in America this morning, from a passenger who tried to open a plane's door mid-flight to a small fire on board another plane and a collision on the tarmac.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with all the new video coming into our newsroom from these incidents. Tom.
Yeah, we begin with 33-year-old Francisco Torres. You can see him right here, now facing federal charges for trying to open an emergency exit door on a plane mid-flight and then attempting to stab a flight attendant in the neck with a broken metal spoon. Taking a look at this is the moment the flight crew, with the help of other passengers, were able to pin Torres down yesterday, just moments before he was caught on camera threatening to kill people on board that Boston-bound flight.
Kill every man on this plane. So where are they? Where's Homeland Security? Hold the gun. Hold the gun. Where are they? You don't have Homeland Security. You're not gonna try and stop me then, huh?
Well, we're told they did stop him, but it took 6 people to pin Torres down. His first hearing is now set for Thursday, and he's facing a potential sentence of life in prison and a $250,000 fine. The FAA also investigating this right now. New video from Logan International Airport in Boston, also in Boston this morning, after 2 United planes clipped each other yesterday morning on the tarmac. You can see some very minor damage there if you look closely. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but both flights had to be canceled out of precaution. Then check this out. We're also getting new video from inside the Southwest flight, seen filling with smoke after the plane hit a bird, triggering a small fire. The oxygen mask actually dropped down as the flight was forced to turn around, evacuate all 150 plus passengers in Havana. Now, that's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Tom, all very scary. The debate continues this morning over a proposed bill that would prevent charging anyone under 25 with felony murder. What lawmakers are saying needs to change.
And city leaders will be sharing their recommendations today on resolving Baltimore's vacant home problem. What we can expect from the meeting today.
We're picking up that wind later this afternoon and temperatures that are trending cooler. We'll talk about your forecast on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Still keeping some cloud cover out there. May even see a few light showers right around the Maryland and PA border. Our temps in the upper 30s for Cockeysville and Owens Mills right now. Lower 40s, Rosedale out through Essex into Dundalk and Middle River. 39 your temp in Joppatown right now. So as you head out the door, even though we don't really need the sunglasses yet, you will later this afternoon with more sun on the way, and grab that light jacket as well. No need for the umbrella, but we are tracking rain later this week. So if you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, cool conditions, numbers in the low to mid 40s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. State's Attorney Ivan Bates's gun sentencing bill under fire. Why some are saying the bill will not help juvenile crime, and how he is defending the legislation.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are still figuring out how to tackle juvenile crime, why some critics argue this could lead to a spike in crime. 8:12 is the time.
If this bill passes, you're going to have kingpins, you're going to have gangs use the juveniles to do their dirty work.
Strong reaction to a proposed bill here in Maryland that would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder. It's called the Youth Accountability and Safety Act. And this morning, law enforcement expert and former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mari Richards, is joining us live to weigh in on this. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
In Maryland, felony murder happens when someone is killed while a felony crime like robbery is being committed. What are your thoughts on changing this for those under 25?
Well, it would be absolutely outrageous and result in more crime. It's really important to see where we're at. Last year with Senator Carter's Juvenile Justice Reform Act, it really opened the floodgates. I mean, there is a crime wave of youth violence going on right now, but instead of the legislator debating to rescind that, we're hung up on, whether a 25-year-old should be charged with murder, and we're really missing the point because the floodgates are open for juvenile crime, this will only make it worse.
Mari, let's go ahead and take a look at what proponents are arguing. They think this is necessary because the brain is not fully developed until later in life. Is that a valid argument?
No, it's not, Megan. There's zero scientific evidence that a 25-year-old brain causes people to commit murder. And interestingly, sometimes the truth comes out. Last Sunday, there was a great interview, I think was Vincent Hill, one of your reporters, of Senator Carter. Mm-hmm. And he said, hey, my 17-year-olds know right from wrong. And she said, well, that's because, they must have had good parenting. So that's really the key, is to teach young kids the difference between right and wrong, self-control, respect, established boundaries, and discipline. And if you don't do that with kids, they're not going to have it when they're 20, 25. It's got nothing to do with brain development. Mm-hmm. It has everything to do with proper parenting, just like Senator Carter said. She probably didn't want that truth to come out.
I want to ask you one more thing here, too. We're obviously hearing this being debated in the House. Critics saying this could actually lead to a spike in crime. You kind of alluded to that. Do you feel that's true as well?
Absolutely. I mean, on the one end, you need to teach kids to do the right thing. On the other end, there have to be real consequences when people commit crimes. Otherwise, there's no deterrence either for them as individuals, and it certainly sends a terrible example for other criminals who think they can do anything and get away with it.
All right. Mari, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, Megan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's 8:18, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been talking about the wind moving in.
Yeah, exactly right, ladies. Good morning. Already seeing some wind gusts out there at this time. Still some cloud cover right now. This is from our Towson camera looking right down York Road. Officially, our numbers in the lower 40s. Northwest wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour. Feels like we're in the 30s, so it is definitely a winter feeling type morning. Here's our HD radar. Those are some of the showers I was tracking, moving through Hagerstown, right into Walkersville, in through parts just to the west of Westminster, mainly just as some light rain showers, a little bit of sleet possibly mixed in there with some of that colder air from the upper levels of the atmosphere. Then you go a little bit further to the north and right around the Maryland and PA line, you're also seeing just a couple of leftover showers. This is all behind this next weather maker that rolled through. That's basically the light showers we saw overnight, and what we're going to get is that northwesterly wind really picking up behind that cold front. So these are the wind gusts I was talking about. Strongest wind, Stevensville, Easton, down into Denton, so the eastern shore, you're seeing about 18 to 22-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. This is what our future scan looks like in terms of how much wind we're expecting later today. And it is really going to kick up out of the north and northwest, anywhere from about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Continuing to see that wind stay with us even through tomorrow afternoon. And this is typically what we see in March, around this time of year, especially in early March, when we see some of that wind that is coming, the changing of the seasons that are here. Now, our temperatures not going to be as warm as yesterday, still lower 50s, which is just going to be slightly above average as we take you toward the afternoon, but the wind will make it feel colder than that. So right about a high of 53 today, 6:05. The sun is when it goes down tonight. And notice those sunrise and sunset times, both in the 6 o'clock hours. So we're 13 days from the spring equinox, or the vernal equinox, which happens on March 20th. Upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Numbers up and down the 95 corridor today, in the 40s for New York and Philly, with low to mid 50s for Baltimore down through D.C. and right about 60 in Richmond. All right, here's a look at our future scan. So as I mentioned, the clouds moving out of here, sun picking up through the afternoon, but the wind as well. Tomorrow we keep the windy conditions with us, and even into Thursday we'll stay mainly dry. A little bit less wind on Thursday afternoon. The next weather maker moving in the left right there, that's going to be some more rain showers and snow for the mountains by the time we head into Friday. So a colder system, that cold rain stays with us most of Friday afternoon into Friday evening as well. Before you know it, we'll be talking about opening day for your Baltimore Orioles. Now, 30 days away from the home opener, but remember, they start 7 days earlier than that. So in just 23 days, the actual MLB season starts and they start playing games for real. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast for you guys. 50s today through Thursday, upper 40s into Friday and Saturday. This is the time change weekend, so we spring forward officially Sunday at 2 o'clock in the morning, but you can just move those clocks ahead on Saturday night. And really, when you think about it, I mean, a lot of us don't even have clocks to move forward, right? You look at your phone, you wake up, you're like, oh, there it is, the new time. So there you go.
That is, but I have an old, antiquated clock on my nightstand, so I have to actually change that one. All right, now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We are seeing a crash in Lutherville on 83 at 695, and traffic as a result is backed up to Padonia. You're going to be slow going through that area. Let's take a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track. He's out in the area of Arbutus near Washington Boulevard, and no issues there, moving along just fine. A king is taking over our studio this morning in the 9 o'clock hour. Not the kind of king you're expecting. Just ahead for our creature feature, we're going to learn about how long a king snake lives and how big they grow after they eat people. Just kidding.
And with the Hartford Vineyard, and look, we'll tell you how you can get this wonderful glass as part of the Gunpowder Wine Trail. It could be yours. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. Go along the Libation Trail in Harford County and celebrate Maryland Wine Month.
Tour breweries and wineries for the ultimate tasting experience. Sounds like a good time. Meanwhile, Lifestyle host Mark Clark has beat us to it. He's out there live with more. Hey, Mark.
Hey guys, I'm with Kevin Mooney. This is his baby right here. He built them. Look at these hands, guys. He built this from the ground up, from here out to the vines in the ground. So Kevin, tell us about what makes your winery so special, your vineyard so special.
Just a lot of passion, a lot of love, and just family.
I love it. And so it's not just a vineyard, you're also a distillery. And again, you know the ins and the outs. You build it with your bare hands.
Yes, sir.
What's the most popular product out here? And then what should people know is a part of the Gunpowder Wine Trail? Why should they stop in and see you?
We're 4 wineries on the Gunpowder Wine Trail. We're one stop on that trail. And we just offer people nice time, decent, nice wine, and relaxing atmosphere.
I love what you were saying. You were saying it takes a lifetime to learn all you can learn about this whole, like having a vineyard.
Oh, it's multi-generational.
Multi-generational. And you say, like, you know, going all the way back, this, you know, the basics, but also new technology. You kind of learn stuff every day, and your family's a part of it, your son's a part of it. Yep. And so again, that's what makes, you know, that's what kind of makes you guys a little special, because old Pop here knows everything you need to know about it. What's your favorite wine? Is it a you know?
You kind of learn to like everything.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it's you make a wine to fit a category, and you know, you try to do the best in that for that category. So I like dry reds. I like sweet wines. You know, I mean. Little bit of everything.
I love it. And again, guys, you know how much I like to talk. Me and Kevin have been talking all morning long. And again, if you get on the Gunpowder Trail, you get this lovely glass. Here, we'll tell you how you can get your own, and also come check out this wonderful wine, guys.
All right, Mark, thank you. That's what happens when you start sipping, you start talking. All right, for more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We've got highs reaching the low 50s today. Our Weather Authority team is keeping an eye on when we can expect the next chance of rain.
Lawmakers in Annapolis at odds on how to tackle juvenile crime. Just ahead, we continue to look at a bill causing heated debate.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, March 7th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers eager to tell us about the upcoming winds.
That's exactly right, guys. Good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone. We're live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. Still seeing those clouds kind of hanging around out there from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam looking into Baltimore City at this time. We will see these clouds eventually erode. More sun later today. Temps statewide are mainly in the 30s and 40s. This is where they've been for most of the morning, so you'll definitely need a jacket as you are heading out. Next couple of hours on your out and about cast, numbers eventually rise into the mid to upper 40s, and we'll slide into the lower 50s as we head toward the afternoon. But notice we keep those 50s going Wednesday and Thursday, so those numbers, even though they're cooler, they're closer to where we typically are for this time of year. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 8:31, and in your session 2023 coverage, with the surge in juvenile crime in Maryland right now, the debate among lawmakers in Annapolis continues on how to address young people and violence.
A bill making its way through the House would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at what lawmakers say needs to change and what one attorney is thinking about this bill. Shannon.
Yeah, what's interesting, Megan, is that there seems to be some consensus that this felony murder law here in the state does need to be revisited. But what that debate is really hinging on is the age of 25. Now, right now in the state of Maryland, felony murder happens when someone is killed during another felony crime. So, for instance, like during armed robbery. But that is something that Delegate Charlotte Crutchfield is looking to change. In fact, she is backing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would eliminate the ability for prosecutors to charge someone 25 or younger with felony murder. Now, supporters say the plan is about appropriate charges for what was done, and they say the part of the brain that develops last is where you make good judgment. But Republican critics argue the age of responsibility in our society just does not add up. Now, we spoke with former city prosecutor and now defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who says he understands where the people behind this bill are coming from, but also says an entire repeal of the law just is not the right move.
There are a lot of statistics that show that there's a disproportionate number of people under the age of 25 that are getting caught in this web. I just don't think repealing the statute is necessarily the right way to accomplish what's desired. By taking this tool out of the toolbox, you're sending a message to young people that they can be involved in a murder but not be a trigger puller.
So Eldridge says that lawmakers should look at making changes to the law rather than repealing it entirely. As of now, though, we know that there is not another hearing scheduled for this legislation at this time. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. In Baltimore City, a bill that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing would allow for tougher penalties for some gun offenders. And now it's getting some pushback. The juvenile crime bill would maximize penalties for first-time illegal gun offenders from 3 years to 5 years across the board. Some opponents of the bill say that it will not help, but instead trigger what they call mass incarceration. Bates speaking out on Fox 45 News, questioning some people's understanding of the bill.
Why is anyone pushing back to make something uniformed? I don't understand. But, you know, there are a number of individuals, the academic, the scholars, so to speak, they're the ones who says mass incarceration. I think they're very confused about what mass incarceration is.
Well, Professor of Rhetoric and Communications at Towson University, Dr. Richard Vatz believes opponents of Bates's policies got it wrong.
With mass felonies, that's the issue, not the fact that people are being incarcerated. Simply saying too many people are being put in jail, you've got to ask, what are they being put in jail or prison for? If they're being put in jail or prison for felonies, there's no problem. As a matter of fact, there may be insufficient incarceration.
Fox 45 News looking at the numbers of crimes and arrests in Baltimore City in 2022. And according to the research and reporting, there were more than 26,000 total crimes in Baltimore City last year. Just over 12,000 arrests. And it's happening all across the city with more than 576,000 residents, which means roughly 2.1% of the city's population has been arrested for a variety of crimes. Of those crimes last year, there were nearly 600 non-fatal shootings, with a clearance rate of 23.3%. More than half of the crimes committed in Baltimore City are not seeing arrests. Addressing Baltimore's vacant home crisis, today city leaders from several different agencies will be sharing their recommendations on how to remedy the long-standing and dangerous issue of vacant and condemned homes throughout Baltimore City.
Taylor Stewart live with the latest. Taylor.
Yeah, guys, look here. As of February of last year, the city still had nearly 15,000 unoccupied homes, many of them dilapidated and possibly structurally unstable. Just 2 weeks ago, we told you about the long-abandoned Sellers mansion that caught fire. The roof of that building collapsed as firefighters were putting out those flames. Thankfully, they were outside of the building in this case. But in January of last year, a collapsed roof from a vacant home fire killed Lieutenant Paul Boutram, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lacayo. The argument here is this could have all been avoided.
We're going to continue to work with our partners to make sure that any and everything that can be done will be done. And as we know, we're going to be committed to improving the fire department in every way that we can.
Now, today, the city's director of finance and the Department of Public Works, the commissioner there, and housing, amongst several other leaders, will be there and present strategies they've come up with to rid the city of vacant homes. We'll keep you updated. We'll provide a link to that on our website. That's the latest here in this news studio. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Crime has certainly been on the minds for people who live in or visit the Towson area.
Several recent incidents that are raising some concerns about safety so far this year. 3 women were raped at the same time. A 17-year-old was shot and then killed right near the Towson Circle. In January, several children were arrested after a disturbance. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski joined us this morning with how he's assuring safety in Towson.
Nothing we can do will prevent all incidents from happening. But what we can do is make sure that there is a strong presence, that if something does happen, we find, arrest, and prosecute individuals, which Baltimore County has a long history of doing. And what I will say is we will do everything we can to ensure that these incidents do not continue. We will continue to step up and continue to do all we can to keep Towson safe.
He also said that they have installed license plate. They've installed the license plate readers in the Towson community to catch people with stolen vehicles. Businesses are also stepping up by putting signs reminding people that they're on camera. You can watch the full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A Patterson High School student is shot and killed right near his school during school hours. How the mayor's responding to juvenile violence.
And it will be a windy and cooler afternoon just ahead when we can expect the next weather maker to arrive. It is 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. The eyes of Wall Street will be focused on the U.S. Capitol this morning. We want to take you live to Capitol Hill right now, where Fed Chair Jerome Powell's testimony is set to begin at 10 o'clock this morning with the Senate Banking Committee. His comments will be heavily scanned for clues possibly about the Fed's economic outlook and what it plans to do at its next meeting coming up in 2 weeks, especially concerning interest rates, which have risen 8 times in the last year. There's a lot to get through before that Fed meeting in 2 weeks. We get the number of job openings in America tomorrow. Then new unemployment figures come out on Friday, and key data on inflation, retail sales, and new home construction come out next week. All of which, guys, feeds into the Fed's decision on those interest rates. This afternoon, we're also expecting new information on consumer credit. It's expected to show Americans took on an estimated $25 billion more in debt in January as spending continued. And that is more than double what we saw in December, just to put that number in perspective there. While the costs for some goods and fuel have come down, unfortunately, the costs for services like dining out, hotel rooms, haircuts, they remain high and they continue to climb. The Fed says that is a reflection of rising wages and salaries, which companies often pass on to you in the way of higher prices. And the best way to tame the issue, they say, is what Powell has previously described as softer labor market conditions, which would mean fewer job openings and more layoffs in the months ahead. Again, his testimony begins this morning, just over an hour from right now, and it continues Wednesday with the House Financial Services Committee. We'll keep you posted. That's the latest from our live center.
The HIV epidemic is still challenging Baltimore. An important thing that you can do is to get screened. After the break, where the fight stands now to end HIV in Baltimore. In just about 20 minutes, the group Peace will be holding a press conference to discuss important issues such as crime, safety, education, and more. We'll bring you that conference as soon as it starts. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Chase Brexton.
The HIV epidemic still challenging Baltimore, and the most important action an individual can take is to be screened. Be More Healthy Expo, March 25th, and offers more than 20 free health screenings. Chase Brexton Health Care will be on site with those screenings. Prep coordinator with the Power Project, James Burrell, is joining us to explain.
Hey.
James, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you so much for having me.
Sure. When you hear about screenings, you're going, okay, what kind of information do you want from me, and what do I need? How long does it take? And then when do I know the results?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, usually with the screening, you know, we try to make everybody as comfortable as possible and let them know that confidentiality is one of our top priorities, right? So we have them fill out the forms and stuff, and then we explain to them how the testing will go and stuff, and it's usually a 5-minute rapid test when we're screening for HIV. So it's a private setting inside of our mobile unit, and we explain things to them of how the testing goes, what can be done as far as preventing contraction of HIV, and if possible somebody has contracted HIV, what care is out there for them.
Some people may say, well, you know what, I don't do anything with all the regulars, way they get out there. There's no way I could have it, so why would I bother getting screened?
Well, it's always important to know, because we never know what is going on inside of our bodies until we get it checked out, right? And so we never know what we come in contact with until, again, we are tested and we are informed about what's going on inside. So it's very important that people know their status, because it helps us towards that goal of ending the HIV epidemic here in Baltimore.
And by doing that, by getting screened, then you're more aware of what's going on. Somebody in your family may be.
Absolutely.
So you're saying, okay, well, I'm going to get screened too. When you said it's private setting, so when you do get the results, how private? Are we talking one-on-one?
One-on-one. So we're in a closed room, closed setting. Nobody else can hear us. It's just you and I in the room together as we're going over the results, and I give you all the information that you need to know to continue on to live a healthier life.
And then where does that information go outside of there? Say if somebody's nervous, they don't want to talk about it, they don't want to tell anybody the results, can that be sealed and kept quiet?
Yes, that information is kept confidential again as well. It's kept in our office in a private locked area where no one has access to it.
What else does Chase Brexton have, though? There's more services than just the screening for HIV.
Of course. So Chase Brexton, as you know, is a multifaceted facility. Yeah. So we service everything from behavioral health to child care to prenatal care to OBGYN to mental health to HIV care and HIV prevention, as well as our dentistry that we have is there as well. So we're a one-stop shop.
So when we see you at the Be More Healthy Expo, though, coming up at the end of March, what do we need to bring in order to get screening? How old can you be to get screened?
Well, you could be 13 and older to be screened without a parent's consent. And the only thing you need to bring is yourself and your availability for us to educate you on what's going on.
James, what else would you tell our viewers, though, about the Expo? I mean, you've done it for years now.
Yes, the Expo is a great, exciting event, and it has multiple things that you can learn from. Come down to the convention center, have a good time, get some information, have some fun, and just learn and meet more new and exciting people.
James Burrell with the Chase Brexton.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you see it right there, the Be More Healthy Expo being held at the Baltimore Convention Center, and that's Saturday morning from 10 until 4 that afternoon, March 25th. We'll all be there. In fact, we're going to have everyone that you see here on the morning show out there at some point saying hi to you. And of course, you can meet James too and find out all sorts of things about health screenings that are there. Plus, there's cooking demonstrations, some dancing, even you can learn about life-saving skills. Fox 45 News partnering with Sinclair Broadcast Group and the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, to launch Sinclair Cares Mental Health Support and Hope. It's a campaign to encourage mental health awareness and focus on young adults. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for millions of Americans affected by mental illness through advocacy, education, support, and public awareness. You can learn more about these resources and support groups right in our area at sinclaircares.com or by scanning the QR code. You see that on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Now we want to find out exactly how windy we're talking about this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast.
Already seeing some of those wind gusts out there, Tom, and we're talking overall about 15 to 25 miles an hour. Could see some gusts near 30 as well as we get later into the afternoon. Maybe bring the flags in today, but overall, if you got it nice and anchored, you should be good to go. It's just going to be a lot of those flags flapping around and a lot of leaves blowing around too, or any kind of debris that's out there. 42 your temp right now in Towson. Officially, the wind only about 9 to 15 miles an hour out of the north, and it will turn more northwesterly as we get later into the day. On our HD radar, we did see a few light showers that tried to make a little run for some of us here just a little while ago moving in from Pennsylvania. Notice that the HD radar starting to clear up a little bit. Still a few leftover showers there in northern Baltimore County up near the PA line. But back behind that, we're already getting some blue sky out there as we'll see more of this kind of drier air being pushed in and the wind that's picking up as well, helping to kind of push out that moisture. Our our wind speeds right now, we've seen some wind gusts in Westminster, also down to Easton and Denton in that 18 to 20 mile an hour range, mainly from the north and the west. And when you look at your future scan, this is what the wind's going to do later today. It is going to pick up, especially by about 2, 3 o'clock. The strongest wind later this afternoon, that's when we're talking that 20 to 30 and possibly even 35 mile an hour gusts that will be possible. Keeping that wind with us on Wednesday as well. So this is what we see in March quite a few times throughout the last couple of years. Overall, if you are going to play some golf today, golfers just know it's going to be at least a 2-club wind, if not more, with temperatures in the 40s and 50s over the next couple of hours. So 47 for our high, Westminster, Bel Air over to Cockeysville, lower 50s in Chestertown, Stevensville over to Baltimore City this afternoon. Notice our trend with our temps. They're going to stay near that average line. That's the red line right there. And even on Friday and Saturday, drop a little bit below average before we head into slightly warmer temperatures on Sunday and Monday. In terms of our precip, well, it's not going to be much. In fact, the next 3 days do remain dry. The wind with us again tomorrow. Little less wind on Thursday, probably the nicest day to be outdoors, even though it's still cool. And then Friday is our next weather maker. That's going to bring in those rain showers, that cold rain as well, some snow for some of the mountain locations, and then off and on showers for Friday afternoon into Friday evening. Some of that rain even could be left over for the first part of Saturday. Here's your 7-day forecast. You can see those numbers right there, and you can see the conditions as well. So a little bit of an unsettled start to our weekend, but by Sunday, actually looking pretty good. We'll see those temperatures get back into the lower 50s. All right, time to take a look at a view through your window. This is pretty funny. Athena says that is Simba the cat. And look, Simba, well, I don't know if Simba's watching the weather forecast. You can see behind, but either way, Simba up there on the TV screen, maybe saying, hey, pay attention to me, not the weather guy. So thank you very much, Athena, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
After 2 years, the Ravens now on the clock for contract talks with the one and only MVP quarterback, Lamar Jackson. The franchise deadline is this afternoon at 4.
Now, this is when the Ravens expected to tag Jackson unless they can come up with a cap-friendly long-term deal, which a lot of people are saying, I don't think so, because it's yet to be reached and seems out of reach at this point. General Manager Eric DeCosta said last week it is still the goal, though. On a national podcast yesterday, VP GM Ozzie Newsome said that they will go up to 330 today with negotiation efforts. And if those fail, they will then tag Jackson. We'll follow that throughout the day, of course. Lionel Richie, that's right, plans a party all night long this summer. Just to have the details you need to know to get tickets for a show at CFG Bank Arena.
Coming up, we'll tell you the best way to get around on the Hartford Libation Tour. All aboard!
It's the way to travel. But before we toast with some wine out there, we need to fill up with some caffeine.
Yes, definitely. In fact, we need to pour out a coffee break right now.
It is 8:56 and topping your morning business report, the head of TikTok is defending the app's ties to China. The company's CEO says that China's government has never asked for U.S. user data and says the company would refuse any such request. His comments comes just weeks before he is scheduled to testify before Congress. The makers of Toblerone say that they will stop making the triangle-shaped chocolate bars in Switzerland, and that means that it will lose its iconic packaging. The company will remove the iconic Matterhorn mountain from the bar's packaging due to legal reasons. Under Swiss law, national symbols like the mountain are not permitted on products that don't meet their criteria. Well, if you are ever in an accident, dash cams are a handy solution to help prove who is at fault. Genevieve Gorder is here with a money-saving deal on a popular camera for your car. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Nokia.
Hey everybody, we all spend a lot of our lives in our cars. And wouldn't you like that time that you do spend here to be as safe as possible? It's scary to think about, but there are over 6 million car accidents each year in the U.S., and that's a huge number. But whoops, this is the Minolta dash cam. Now, if you're ever involved in a car accident, you could have supporting evidence at your fingertips. Think about that. This camera comes with a windshield mount, and it's really easy to set up. It has a wide angle and tiltable lens, and it uses HD video, so it won't miss anything going on in front of you, including license plate numbers. It also has this large screen, so you can actually see the footage that you record. And the most important part of the camera is the G sensor, which will automatically detect a collision and make sure it gets recorded. Now, beyond accidents, think about the added security of having a camera like this in your car. Break-ins, road rage, unsafe parking lots. Think of this like a security camera for your car that you can feel good about. We are offering a special offer right now. Get one for yourself. Think about getting one for your kid going away to school, elderly parents, anyone you want to keep safe. Take advantage of this deal. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Happening now, the group Peace is set to hold a news conference outside of City Hall to share updates on important issues going on across Baltimore City.
The issues include the crime crisis, education struggles, infrastructure, and more. Peace also wants to further discuss possible ways to hold elected officials accountable to those that they were elected to serve. Once it begins, we'll bring it to you live. Well, welcome back to all of you. Good morning on this Tuesday, March 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at what we can expect today.
Yeah, we're going to see that wind pick up. We're already seeing the sun trying to break through some of that cloud cover that's out there right now. When I look at this shot here of M&T Bank Stadium, one thing I'm noticing, I don't know what they're doing to the boards there, like the little video boards, like testing it. But to me, it looks like something like an Irish flag. And I'm excited about St. Paddy's Day, which is coming up in 10 days from right now. We know we like to do it big here in Baltimore. Temps in the mid to upper 30s. Owens Mills over to Cockeysville right now, 40 in Rosedale and Essex, 39 Brooklyn Park, 41 your temp in Woodlawn. Here's a look at your weather story. So the clouds eventually starting to move out, breezy to windy conditions for the afternoon, and temperatures that are trending colder over the next couple of days. Next couple of hours, those numbers rising to the mid to upper 40s, even though we're in the lower 40s right now, on our way to the lower 50s by this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
We have breaking news we've been following this morning. A Maryland State Police trooper has been shot in Dorchester County. State Police tell us it happened during a traffic stop near Route 50 in Vienna. During the stop, investigators tell us the driver pulled out a gun and fired. The driver took off, was later found in Del Mar. Investigators say the driver crashed into 2 cars and then crashed into a tree. Authorities found the driver dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. They identified that person as 23-year-old Kiefer Copper III of Trapp. The trooper is now in the hospital. We're still working to find out their current condition. Investigators say there is no further threat to the public.
So I come with my daughter, so we would like to be safe on this area. It's a really
really sad. I feel like it's getting worse.
It's like the first thing anybody wants to do is pull out a gun and shoot somebody.
I do think that it's a little absurd that children are walking around with guns and shooting one another, but not anything out of the ordinary.
A Southeast Baltimore community is still reeling this morning after violence claims yet another young life.
Police confirm a Patterson High School student died in a shooting at a park near the school.
Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning with now the search for the killer. Shannon.
Yeah, the very latest is that police have identified that victim now as Isaiah Carter. The killer, as far as we know, is still at large. In fact, police say witnesses saw multiple people running from the park following this shooting. And so they believe there may be more than one suspect.
Anything anyone saw, heard, or believed happened in this playground needs to be reported to the police right away. Yet again, we're talking about young people using guns against other young people. And so it has to stop.
The shooting happening just feet from the high school when the victim was supposed to be in the classroom. It happened around 2 p.m. yesterday. Police responding to a shots fired call, finding a teenage boy with multiple gunshot wounds, including a fatal shot to the head. Again, we're learning that victim, Isaiah Carter. And as the commissioner mentioned, this killing comes as a juvenile crime wave hits Baltimore City. So far, 5 people under the age of 18 have been shot and killed this year. In fact, the family of 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey responding to this latest tragedy with this statement right here. They say in part, quote, "It was only 2 months ago that our family went through the same unimaginable pain. We stand in grim solidarity with another family enduring what no family ever should," end quote. Well, we asked if the school system is struggling to keep students inside and safe during school hours. Listen to what they had to say.
As in the case of Edmondson, it did not occur inside of the school building. This is a school that has a weapons detection system. This is a school that has cameras in key locations throughout the building. And so there are protocols keeping young people safe.
The mayor also responding with this statement right here, reading in part, quote, "Each time a life is lost in Baltimore, I feel a deep pain. As your mayor, I am taking immediate actions to address youth violence in our city." However, in that statement, he does not specify exactly what actions he is taking to address this violence. And there are many in the community who feel not enough is being done. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. Crime has been top of mind for people who live in or visit the Towson area. Several recent incidents, including a 17-year-old boy shot and killed near the Towson Circle, are raising concerns about the safety of the area. In our 7 o'clock hour, we spoke with Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski on what he plans to do to make Towson residents feel safe.
We will not tolerate and don't tolerate violent behavior. And in wake of those high-profile incidents you mentioned, Patrice, we actually convened business owners, the police, the community leaders, members of the government, and we had a strong and swift response to it. Subsequent to, we have stepped up patrols with police departments. We have foot patrols, and we're looking at bike patrols in the Towson corridors. We are expanding our grants for cameras to have full coverage of the Towson corridors. We have additional lighting. We've partnered with the sheriff's office to have additional deputies out on nights and weekends. We're looking at additional security, so to have private security further bolster our police department, because we want everyone to both be safe and to feel safe.
You can watch that full interview with the county executive on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
9:05 today, the Baltimore City Council is hosting a public hearing on the city's controversial Conduit deal with BGE.
The mayor signing off on that deal less than a month ago without the full support from key members of the Board of Estimates.
We're going to get back to Taylor Stewart in just a bit. I believe that we're going to go out to a news conference now. The Peace Organization is holding. Let's take a listen.
As we work together to bring the power back to the citizens of Baltimore. I'm also the chairman of PEACE. PEACE stands for People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement. And as a concerned citizen and a concerned resident of Baltimore City, we created this new grassroots organization last year to help give power back to the citizens of Baltimore City. Just as our name implies, we are working together with the people of Baltimore to help hold our elected officials accountable and engage our citizens in a healthier and more responsive Baltimore City government. We are working to change the DNA of our failing Baltimore City government that has failed our people for far too long. We are working together to create a government that responds to the needs of its people and works to create solutions to help combat crime and make our city safer, fix our broken school system, and create more opportunities for our citizens in every neighborhood across the city. We are now a growing coalition of concerned citizens, including Democrats, Republicans, Independents, all working together for the best interests of our beloved Baltimore City. One of our first successes was to work to place term limits on the ballots for voters in Baltimore City as Question K last November. With all of you, we made term limits a reality for the future of Baltimore City to help welcome new leaders with new ideas and new solutions and help put an end to career politicians in Baltimore. But we're not done. Our work is really just getting started. Now we are growing our organization by adding new voices and supporters of peace from all across the city as we speak directly to the residents of each district about the issues that matter most to them, by going to neighborhoods and holding meetings in each district across the city. Peace is working to give power back to the people, and that mission will continue in the coming months and years as we work to change our city for the better, whether it be future petitions and ballot issues that we can work to place on the ballot for voters to decide, or it may be helping to identify new community leaders and new ideas to make differences in our neighborhood. We are excited to keep marching forward, arm in arm with our fellow citizens to help deliver the promise of Baltimore for all families. We ask you to join us at future town hall meetings and share your story, your vision of what Baltimore can be and how peace may be able to help give you a voice and make sure you are heard by those elected to serve you. With that, I would like to introduce one of our newest members of Peace to share more details of what's next. You may know her from her years on talk radio here in Baltimore or a former congressional candidate here in Maryland. And now we are proud to have her a member of our team at Peace, serving as spokesperson and legal counsel. I'd like to introduce Jurypsy Morgan.
Thank you, Giovanni. All right, folks, thank you for being here. My name is Jurypsy Morgan. I am the spokesperson for this wonderful organization called Peace. I want to start off by first acknowledging the death of a young person outside of Patterson High School yesterday during school hours. I'm sure most of us are still reeling from yet another death of yet another young person in Baltimore City. But I have to remind you that what's going on right now in our city is a symptom of some of the policies that we have seen over the last 8 years. And now we have a state's attorney, in Ivan Bates, who has chosen to fight against that, and he has a mandate to do exactly that. 71% of voters rejected the progressive policies of Marilyn Mosby in favor for Ivan Bates. Ivan Bates is now our new state's attorney, and he is pushing for the type of legislation that he campaigned for, the type of legislation that would hold criminals accountable. And yet, where are Baltimore City politicians on this? Where are Maryland politicians on this? Right now, his bill is in Annapolis. It's had a hearing and has had 0 vote. Meanwhile, we have young people in Baltimore City who are being shot and killed on a regular basis by people who, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say this, are carrying illegal handguns, illegal weapons, the very type of guns that Ivan Bates, the state's attorney, is now targeting. It's the very mandate that the people of Baltimore who voted for him in November demanded that he accomplish, and he is trying to do just that. But once again, their voices are being ignored by the very people in office with the power to make the change that is necessary. That is why Peace exists. That's why this organization was created. The first 2 parts of this organization, people for elected accountability. Elected accountability. It's about holding our politicians accountable. We are having a tour of the entire city. We're going to all 14 councilmanic districts, and we're holding town halls. We had our first town hall in the 5th district. It was just a couple of weeks ago at Concord Baptist Church. And we had a number of residents show up. And one of the most heartbreaking things about that meeting was the fundamental nature of their request. These people were not asking for riches. They weren't asking for a utopian society. The people who came to this meeting were frustrated because they had been calling their councilmen for years asking for things as simple as a speed bump in their community or a stop sign in their neighborhood because there are children playing. What they're asking for are basic quality of life issues. And that's what politicians are ignoring. That's why peace exists, so that we can bring that accountability through big changes. As you heard Giovanni Patterson, our chairman, say, last year, they were able to get term limits passed. Term limits, that's a huge deal, so that politicians cannot just sit in office and idle away. They now have to be held to more accountability to their residents. Immediately, almost immediately after that was passed, what happened? Councilman Ryan Dorsey decided that he would rather ignore the will of the constituents that he is supposed to serve and almost immediately turn around and propose legislation that would have repealed the term limits initiative. That's an example of not listening to your constituents, not caring about your constituents, and completely disregarding what they have to say. And that, again, is why peace exists. Now, imagine if we had a situation where politicians in Baltimore City, for example, were required to disclose their tax returns. What could that possibly show? What about the financial dealings that they are involved in? What about the decisions that they make? It's to hold politicians accountable. It's one of the things that we are considering. One of the other things that we're considering is a recall effort, a recall mechanism. Right now in Baltimore City, we elect politicians and then we have to wait 4 years to decide if we want to keep them in office. Given the nature of crime and violence and the lack of accountability in Baltimore, maybe it shouldn't be 4 years. Maybe there should be a mechanism by which residents of Baltimore City can recall politicians who are ignoring them, who are ignoring the things that they vote on, like Question K, who are ignoring the mandates that they set out for the state's attorney by refusing to hold a vote or not holding a vote on a bill as simple as what the state's attorney has proposed. A bill that would increase mandatory minimum sentencing for people who have illegal guns. The very types of guns that are killing so many residents and children in Baltimore City. Not asking for the moon. People are asking for common sense legislation. People are asking for safety. That shouldn't be a miraculous event. That should be an ordinary event in Baltimore City, and it's not. So we are going to continue to hold these press conferences. We're going to continue to hold town halls, and I wanted to make you aware of the next ones that we're going to have. Our next town hall meeting is going to be on March 14th. It's in the 3rd District at Jerusalem Evangelical Lutheran Church. Then on March 21st, peace will be in the 9th District at the Victory House Worship Center. And we're going to keep doing this in every single councilmanic district in Baltimore City until we have heard from all the residents, until we have understood completely what needs to happen and what big changes we can help push, whether it's a mechanism for recall or, for example, schools. We know that the schools in Baltimore City are failing our students. They are failing children. If a child graduates from a Baltimore City school and cannot read or write properly, what kind of life are we relegating them to? What kind of employment will they be capable of attaining? It's a no-brainer. Our schools have to be held accountable. And so maybe we consider things like school choice. Maybe we consider giving parents options so that their children, our children, can be properly educated, because that's the focus of schools, right? For more details, and we'll have this on our website, for more details about our schedule, our plans, to get in contact with us, you can go to our website. It's peacebaltimore.com. That's peace, P-E-A-C-E, Baltimore.com. We're going to continue to hold these town halls, as I said, and we're going to continue to hold these press conferences as we talk to more people in the community. And as I said before, we had hoped that we would do these a little bit more sporadically, but the reality is, after hearing one town hall, one community in one town hall, the nature of the things that they were asking for was outrageous. Speed bumps. Think about that. A stop sign in your community. These are basic, fundamental quality of life necessities that residents in Baltimore City are not getting from their politicians. And why is it? Why? Why do they not want to listen to the residents of Baltimore? Do they not want to be accountable? Is there something that they're hiding? Well, we're going to find out. So if you would like to know more information, or you would like to join us, if you'd like to be a part of this organization, please go to our website, peacebaltimore.com. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ripsy. Yeah, we've been hearing a lot from the community, either through phone calls or emails. And one thing that I've noticed, even through the last town hall that we had, that is seemingly that it's our issues that divide us. But I wanted to say that through that, recognizing that it's not our issues that really divide us, even though they attempt to. Our issues are symptoms of a more basic, more fundamental issue. Things such as accountability and transparency, and it's not flowing down to the citizens. Now, we have another gentleman here who's been in the community and been an advocate for Baltimore City residents for, I don't know how long, since before I was born. But he's an excellent community leader, community advocate, and he's going to talk a little bit about what the community is saying about recalls. So I want to introduce Marvin Doc Cheatham.
Good morning. I'll try to be as brief as I can. I'm Dr. Marvin Cheatham. I registered to vote January 1, 1971, right across the street here. I've had the honor to be president of 18 different organizations in the city of Baltimore and the state of Maryland. But 5 of them directly relate to dealing with elections. I was past president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference here in Baltimore. I was president of what was then considered to be the #1 civil rights organization in America. My branch of the NAACP was #1. And I also was president of the National Action Network. But more importantly today, I am the past president of the Baltimore City Election Board, which is right across the street. I also served as the first president of the Maryland Association of Election Officials. I live and die dealing with elections. I am honored to be working with Juvenile and Ripsy in any way I can, because my community feels that we have been neglected. We were honored to really strongly support the term limits, and I don't mind telling you today that we know that mistakes are made by us as voters, and sometimes we elect people that maybe should not have gotten elected. My community is sending me to any meeting that I can go to put the message out, we passed term limits. And then we had elected officials say they were going to throw our decision out of the window. We're saying this, we make mistakes sometimes as voters, and we think we need to be able to correct that as well. We strongly support recall, because mistakes are made, but we should not have to wait 4 years to correct a mistake. You see right behind me, City Hall. We voted to deal with another issue, BG&E. Our elected officials are saying they don't care what decisions we make, they're gonna make their own. We're saying it's time for recall. Support recall, but support this organization headed up by Urifsky and Giovanni, because their issues are our issues. Thank you.
So I'd like to thank everybody again for joining us today. That concludes our press conference today. We can take them offline. Yeah, we can take them.
Cool. All right, man.
Woo, I'm frozen.
All right, you've just been listening to a news conference from Peace. Time now for a commercial break. 9:21 is the time. We'll leave the rapping to you guys.
9:24 is your time. We are celebrating the rhythm of the boogie and the beat and all the other good stuff that comes with hip hop.
Oh, we're having a good time. This year marks the 50th anniversary of hip hop, and the National Hip Hop Museum is hosting a grand opening of a new event space and retail shop. And joining us from the Hip Hop Museum, Executive Director and member of the Sugar Hill Gang, none other than, looking sharp, Master G, and founder and collector DJ Boom, Jeremy Beaver.
Hey, nice to meet you all.
Good morning.
It's nice to meet you guys.
It's
Thanks
so
for
nice
having
to
us.
have you all here.
Thank you.
All right, so talk about the museum has been in D.C. for a couple of years.
Yes.
Talk about the museum itself, and then let's talk about the expansion.
So, yeah, no, we opened in 2019 was our grand opening, and it was the 40th anniversary of Rapper's Delight, and we brought a few props here to kind of punctuate the significance.
I don't touch this stuff.
Well, he's got the gloves on, so I see.
Yeah,
so this is the
point.
1979
that's the
typewriter
actual
types.
lyrics.
Yes.
Right. This is a press release from England.
Yeah.
And look, some poor young English child had to.
So the hip hop, the hippity hopper yo, don't stop.
It was the best attempt they could come up with.
You know?
That is awesome to see that in person like that.
And it's very cool. I mean, you guys have all this great paraphernalia. You've got all these great things. And this weekend, you're going to be talking about opening up that hip hop retail shop, right?
Yeah, in fact, that's why we brought by a lot of these artifacts, right? Not only does it represent this very, very important history of America's largest global export, hip-hop music.
Yeah.
Okay? But
That
also,
they said wasn't going to last.
that they said was a fact.
They told me that.
You know?
They said that to me directly.
Yeah, and look at you now.
And look at him now. And, he was inducted at our grand opening. So to be only 3 years later opening our first ever retail space
That's huge.
is kind of amazing. So in our museum, we have artifacts, right? Like this gold RIAA plaque from Ice Cube.
Yep.
But in our new retail space, we're going to allow everyone else to start collecting collecting, right? So whether it's like a, you know, rest in peace to Tame One from the Artifacts.
Whoa.
This is our brand new custom graffiti train that you can purchase. You can purchase this jacket, this Dawes Effects No Diggity jacket.
Look, you're taking me back to my college years. Yes.
And look at this. Even, you know, are you down with OPP? Probably not. Probably not.
Looking over to my school when you were there.
Probably not.
Yeah. Whoa.
But look
Is
at these.
that Tretch's shoe right there?
Well,
it could
he didn't wear it, but you could wear it.
I could wear it. I could be Tretch.
Yeah.
All right.
So Ewing Athletics is a huge partner of the museum, and we even have special art. So this is really, really special.
Yes. This
okay.
one is big time.
Crystal Swarovski crystal boombox called
no way.
The Rhythm Capsule.
No
It comes
way.
in this amazing box, limited edition, signed by the artist, and they come with these very special, you know, hip hop albums. Only the greatest
That
hip hop
is-
albums
Oh my
are actually filled into the Rhythm Capsule.
I mean,
I had
my
some of those
gosh.
cassettes, so
wait a minute. So who were you telling me who were you saying is going to be at the opening?
So our grand opening, we are inducting CL Smooth,
You can't get
Special Ed,
Yeah.
and Drez of Black Sheep.
That's
But our host is Grandmaster Kaz.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to have a very special edition of the Master G's Theater Show podcast with the actual inductees live in the space this Saturday.
It's at what time? Do you have to get tickets in advance? Do you show up where you
There's only
located?
a few tickets left at the
Okay.
nationalhiphopmuseum.org.
This Saturday. This Saturday, yeah.
Okay.
Doors open at 4.
Be
All
there,
right.
be
Be
square.
there.
It's right down the road. Just BW Parkway, right to DC. You're there. It's
Takes
no
about 40
time at
minutes.
all.
It's very
Thanks,
close.
gentlemen, for being here. I appreciate
Thank you for
it.
having
Thank
us.
you for what you've done for hip hop.
Oh,
That's
bless
awesome.
you. Thank
You
you.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Oh,
Thank you,
we
guys.
need pictures. You all can't go anywhere. We need selfies and stuff.
The city's abandoned home crisis getting addressed today. The recommendations coming from key agencies across the city of Baltimore.
Lawmakers in Annapolis at odds on how to tackle juvenile crime. Just ahead, we continue to look at a bill that's causing some heated debate.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore.
9:31. Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a look at our Tuesday.
Yeah, we're getting that wind that's already picking up out there. We're seeing a little bit of sunshine right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We'll see more of that sun later today. And area-wide, a lot of us are in the 40s here, still hanging on to some 30s in New York and Philly, but out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, keeping those numbers in the 40s, so a bit on the chilly side. Back with your forecast for the afternoon, how long this wind is going to stay with us as well.
9:31 now in your Session 2023 coverage. With the surge in juvenile crime in Maryland right now, the debate amongst lawmakers in Annapolis continues. How to address young people and the violence.
A bill making its way through the House would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges.
Shannon Lilly joins us with a look at what lawmakers say needs to change and what one attorney thinks about the bill.
Well, what's interesting, there seems to be some consensus that the current felony murder law does need to be revisited. But what this debate is really hinging on is that age of 25. Now, right now in the state of Maryland, felony murder takes place when someone is killed while another felony is taking place, like armed robbery. But Delegate Charlotte Crutchfield is looking to change that. She's backing the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, which would eliminate the ability for prosecutors to charge someone 25 or younger with felony murder. Supporters say the plan is about appropriate charges for what was done, and they say the part of the brain that develops last is where you make good judgment. But Republican critics argue that the age of responsibility in our society just doesn't add up. Former city prosecutor and now defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge spoke with us. He says he understands where the people behind this bill are coming from, but says an entire repeal of the law just is not the right move.
There are a lot of statistics that show that there's a disproportionate number of people under the age of 25 that are getting caught in this web. I just don't think repealing the statute is necessarily the right way to accomplish what's desired. So by taking this tool out of the toolbox, you're sending a message to young people that they can be involved in a murder but not be a trigger puller.
So Eldridge says that lawmakers should look at making changes to this law rather than repealing it entirely. As of right now, though, there is not another hearing scheduled for this legislation. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Addressing Baltimore's vacant home crisis today, city leaders from several different agencies will share their recommendations on how to remedy the long-standing and dangerous issue of vacant and condemned homes throughout the city.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with the latest. Taylor?
Yeah, as of February of last year, the city still had nearly 15,000 unoccupied homes, many of them dilapidated and dangerous. Now, 2 weeks ago, we reported on the abandoned house fire at the Sellers Mansion. A roof collapsed, but the firefighters were thankfully outside. That was not the case in January of 2021, where Lieutenant Paul Lutram and Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, as well as firefighter Kenny Lacayo, were killed when that home collapsed. It happened in a fire, and their deaths triggered criminal and administrative hearings. But now that case is in the hands of Baltimore City State's Attorney. The argument here, though, is that this all could have been avoided.
We're going to continue to work with our partners to make sure that any and everything that can be done will be done. And as we know, we're going to be committed to improving the fire department in every way that we can.
Today, the city's Director of Finance, the Department of Public Works, the Commissioner of Housing, among several other leaders, are going to present strategies they've come up with to rid the city of vacant and abandoned properties. That meeting is open to the public. We're giving you a link to it on our website. My name is Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. 4 Americans remain in Mexico kidnapped, and it seems there are now more questions than answers.
Tom Rogers is in the live center with gruesome video of the scene, and many now calling for President Biden to respond. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. About 7 o'clock this morning, though, I'll show you this video in a second. Mexican officials saying the 4 Americans who were kidnapped and are still missing are part of a case of mistaken identity. CNN reporting Mexican officials say a drug cartel thought they were Haitian smugglers. Let me play this video for you right now. And what you're looking at here is the last images where these Americans were seen. 2 people are laying on the street here, apparently injured. You see them on the top left corner, and they're walking another woman into the back of this white pickup truck. This is the scene, shocking, and it sparked the outrage here. 4 Americans, mother and 3 friends, actually from South Carolina, were in Mexico Friday, one getting a tummy tuck, another one getting a butt lift, when their minivan with Carolina plates was hit and then shot up. Now, more people are asking how this was able to happen, yet it appears little's being done to protect U.S. citizens or hold Mexico accountable. FBI investigating with little information released as officials in Mexican City say that local as well as federal resources have been activated to locate these missing people. The U.S. Department has issued a level 4 do not travel advisory for U.S. citizens thinking of going to Matamoros, Mexico there, citing the crime and the kidnapping. FBI is now offering a $50,000 reward for their return and the attacker's arrest. That's the latest from our live center.
It is a cloudy start to the day, but sunshine is on the way this afternoon. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know how long the sunshine will last before the next weather maker moves in.
And the best way to get around for the Hartford Libation Tour is right here on this vehicle right here. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore, and in Maryland, it's wine month.
Can't beat that. Visit wineries and distilleries throughout Hartford County along their libation trail. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live with more. Mark.
Hey guys, Megan is here to tell us all about the Libation Trail and what you need to do.
Yes, so thank you so much. So in Hartford County, we have the Hartford Libation Trail. It has 8 breweries and 3 wineries on our stop. And even better, we have the digital passport, the Hartford Trails digital passport. I actually just checked in on it to the Hartford Vineyard. So I got my points for saying I was here. Awesome. And then after you get enough points, you can redeem them for prizes from us at Visit Hartford. We have all of our trail stops on our website. And we also have Brian here to tell you how to get to all of these stops safely as well with
That's
Hartford
right. You got your wine going on. You don't want to have to think about driving. Bam! Brian's got you.
Yeah, I'm Brian with Hartford Brew Tours, and with Hartford Brew Tours, it's wine month
every month. And what we do is we take your family and friends, we put them on our bus, and we take them to all of the great stops in Harford County. Drive safely. It's a great time.
And let me tell you something, the bus is, the van or bus with this vehicle is luxurious. So you got all the best things. You got the wine tasting, you got the snacks, you got great company, and got the wheels. So it's a great combination, guys, to take advantage of the libation tour. Yes,
and a safe way to enjoy it.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Mark. We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Only 1 month until opening day, and the O's already look like they are in mid-season form. Here we go. Coming up, how the prospects helped propel the Birds to victory over the Phillies.
Yeah, whatever you just said, because I've lost focus. All I can see right past Megan is this. A king that has entered our studio. A king castle snake is what that is. So I'm exiting stage left. We'll be right back after this.
No,
we're going to introduce
let's just
you.
stay right here.
No.
Let's just stay how we are.
We're going to introduce you after this.
No. No. It's 9:44. You know, every month in our Creature Feature Spotlight, we share with you a new animal and we highlight its attributes, some fun facts. Jenny Egan with the Maryland Zoo promised me chinchillas.
I did.
We high-fived them. They were so cute. And then you come in with a snake.
I know, I did. Our chinchillas, so we do everything voluntarily. And they said no thank you this morning, which is totally acceptable. But this is Elvis, and Elvis is a California king snake.
And you know, I was a little timid and concerned with Elvis. You said she's very friendly.
She is very friendly. So everything we do is pretty much voluntary. So even if Elvis didn't want to come today, she certainly would not have had to. Okay. But she, you know, voluntarily got into the kennel and we came over here.
And she's full grown.
She is totally full grown. She's probably about 8 to 10 years old. We're not entirely sure what her age is. But yeah, she is totally full grown. She won't get any bigger.
These?
So these especially are found in California California, Nevada, and in the western United States. But there are king snakes of different varieties all over the United States.
Is she venomous?
She is not. So I would not be this close to her, and neither would you.
I was going to ask you about that. I felt good. I trusted you. What does Elvis eat?
So Elvis eats a variety of things, mainly rodents, so mice and rats and things like that.
So she eats well here in Baltimore.
She does.
She's doing well.
She absolutely does. So she helps control our rodent population.
Her tongue is crazy.
It is. So it is forked. Basically, what she's doing is she's smelling. She's just using her tongue to do so.
It's pretty fascinating. I'm a little afraid of snakes, but seeing them up close, they're fascinating.
They are fascinating. And if you encounter one in your home or out in the wild,
what do we do?
The best thing to do is just let them go on their way. They actually don't have ears, so screaming at them won't do anything.
Okay.
But they can feel vibrations. So the best thing to do is just let them do their natural thing, which is slither along.
What is it? The slither is what gets me, man. That's what really makes the hair on my arm go up there. Why are they so scary? The threat of them launching?
Honestly,
what is it?
I am not scared, obviously. I've worked with snakes for a long, long time, but people are scared of them, and I think it's just that common misconception of, whether in their house or something like that.
If you see them in the house, they're not going to attack you if you're not approaching them.
No, most
What
certainly
if you're
not.
trying to get them out? I hear people find them in their basement. How do you get a snake out without having an encounter?
So honestly, the best thing to do is likely to call a professional to come remove it from your house, especially if you cannot identify it, because you wouldn't know if it was harmless or venomous.
Right. That's a good point. Meantime, this beauty is available for people to learn more at the zoo, too.
Yeah, absolutely. We do public programming. We have our Zoo to You program up and running again. And so she will be out doing keeper chats and seeing people, especially now that we're open full time again.
Right. Is there body language with the snake? I know at one point she put her head back, so I jumped back. Is there something we need to be cautious of when we're
there's most certainly body language. It would be kind of this very abrupt backing up and almost in a kind of like cobra-like pattern is what you would see before she's going to strike. But right now, she's really relaxed. She's not in that posture at all.
And looking at her skin, it looks oily. I don't think I'm ready to touch it, but I'm curious as to what it feels like.
Yeah, she just has this iridescent shine. Honestly, if you think of what a football feels like, that's kind of like what snakes feel like.
Okay, I'm going to take your word. I think Elvis is happy here, though.
She is totally relaxed, which is something we look for.
Elvis, we're grateful you're here because you've taught us a lot, but I'm still a little scared.
That's okay. I appreciate you being this close.
Yeah.
Most people would not.
Well, and it's fascinating to see. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, I know, standing by too. What do you think here? This is Elvis.
I think it's great. And as Elvis leaves the building, Elvis should eat all the mice on the way out.
That would be helpful.
You know what I mean?
She has an important job.
Kind of grab them and get them out of here. So thank you, ladies, for that. All three ladies over there at the weather center or whatever that thing is called over there. The BAM. Right now, looking outside downtown Baltimore, hey, here's the sun. Look at that, shining on the stadiums here. Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, M&T Bank Stadium. We know the big talk today is going to be at 4 o'clock. What happens with Lamar? So we'll all be on pins and needles for that. Make sure to get that FOX45 mobile app, and we'll send you a push alert as soon as we know something. 41 your temperature right now at BWI. That northwest wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Wind is going to continue to increase. Even saw a few flakes that were flying. I was talking about some of these light showers right around the Pennsylvania and Maryland border. Some of you sending in a few videos of a few of those flakes that were kind of out there. Even some sleet that was reported earlier this morning. That's all just kind of that passing weather maker that is well to the east of us now. So kind of in the back or the wake of that cold front, we've got that colder air that is moving in, mixed in with just a little bit of moisture. Look at the wind. It's already picking up about 20 to 25 miles an hour. We're seeing that from Westminster, Baltimore, down through Annapolis at this time. And those wind speeds are going to continue to stay in that elevated category through the afternoon at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Still with the wind that's going to be hanging around tomorrow from the north and the northwest as well. So the next couple of days, keeping those kind of breezy to windy conditions for the afternoons here in March. And this is what we typically see this time of year. 51 our average. We're going to be a little bit closer to that number. Some of you only in the upper 40s for Westminster and Eldersburg this afternoon, out through Reisterstown, 47 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 48 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Some temperatures that will be in the 50s for Columbia and Elkridge in Howard County, down into Odenton and Severna Park and Annapolis and Anne Arundel County as well. And up and down the 95 corridor, basically 40s and 50s is what we'll see for the afternoon. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. So our next round of rain comes in Friday morning into the afternoon, and even left over into Saturday as well. We'll be tracking some of that wet weather and temperatures that will be cooler as we head toward the weekend.
9:50 now. After 2 years, the Ravens are really on the clock now for contract talks with their MVP quarterback, Lamar Jackson. The franchise tag deadline is today at 4 p.m. That is when the Ravens are expected to tag Jackson, unless a Hail Mary can truly happen with a cap-friendly long-term deal. But that's been yet to be reached, and it actually seems out of reach. GM Eric DeCosta said last week that is still the goal. Executive VP GM Ozzie Newsome said yesterday on a national podcast that they will go up to 330 today with negotiation efforts. But if those fail, they're going to tag Jackson. All right, switching sports. Now, the Orioles hosted the Phillies in Sarasota last night, an established starter versus upcoming prospects. With the Birds down, Austin Hayes homers to left with a 3-run shot, which put the O's up 3-1 in the fourth. Then in the late stages of the game, Colton Kelzer ties it with a swing, a 2-run opposite field blast to left field, which knotted the game at 7. Then in the ninth, a little spring walk-off action. Ryan O'Hearn just over the wall and off the glove, and the Orioles walk away victorious, winning it 10-7. And speaking of the O's, Ken sent us this photo from Hampstead yesterday, already showing off his Orioles pride, enjoying spring training ball and getting ready for opening day, which is coming up soon. Thank you, Ken, for sending in that photo. Well, we want to see you getting ready for Orioles opening day. Just scan the QR code there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and that's where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Well, get ready to party all night long with Lionel Richie and Earth, Wind, and Fire. They're coming this summer. The R&B and funk legends announced they're teaming up for a string of 20 concerts billed as the Sing a Song All Night Long tour. That's very good. Happening all across North America. This tour kicks off August 4th. It makes its way to CFG Bank Arena right here in Baltimore on August 19th. Pre-sale is happening in 8 minutes.
Yeah.
At 10 o'clock this morning. They go on sale to the general public March 13th at 10 a.m.
That's too far. You got to be, I think, like a City Card member or something to do the pre-sale. I need to get a City Card just for these daggone concerts to be in the pre-sale.
I wonder if they'll even make it pre-sale. They might sell out.
That's what I'm saying. So let me see who I know with the...
We'll get on it.
Work on this. I got 8 minutes.
We've got a windy and colder Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine, though. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect our next warm-up. He's got that 10-day forecast. 9:53 now on Good Day Baltimore.
All right, welcome back. There's some sun that is shining right there on 395. The stadium's all looking good, and the wind that is also picking up, coming to blowing some of those clouds out of here. So we'll only get to about 53 today, about 6 degrees cooler than yesterday. Notice those lower 50s into both Wednesday and Thursday. Friday, Saturday, we're going to see the 40s. So we are not done with the colder temperatures. Overnight lows into the 30s there. Probably done with the snow. Not looking like anything real active. There is a little nugget that's way down a couple weeks away where I'm like, oh, all right, that would be an actual.
What does nugget mean?
Like an actual snowstorm, like an actual snowstorm.
No way.
Yeah.
Like accumulation.
Yeah, and then tomorrow it won't be there because that's what's happened all
Now
winter
I
long.
hope so, because that would kill the buds and all of the flowers that are coming up.
I got to get over to my Earth, Wind, and Fire tickets. I can't entertain this snow talk anymore.
Wow. Good luck.
How far away, Justin? You said 2 weeks?